live on Facebook really soon.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, AJ.
Hi, AJ.
Hi, Edward.
Hey, Karima.
How are you?
I'm doing well.
Annabelle, Matt, Carolina is here. Hey. Hello, Zaki.
Hello, Karima and everyone. How are you?
Good, thank you. We're still waiting for member to sign on.
Do we have a quorum yet, Karima?
22 members, and I know that Queen is proxying for Leah, 23.
Okay.
Yeah, 23 members.
Okay, I'm going to get started.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me when we're live on Facebook.
We are. You can go ahead.
Great. Good evening, everyone. And I am going to call to order the meeting of the San Francisco Democratic County Central Committee of Wednesday, May 26, 2021. My name is David Campos, and I'm the chair of the San Francisco Democratic County Central Committee. We're going to call this meeting to order. Thank you to all the San Francisco Democrats that are joining us tonight. And I'm going to begin by calling the roll. So I'll turn it over to our recording secretary, Janice Lee.
Thank you, Chair Campos. All right, Member Avalos.
Present.
Member Baraka.
Here.
Member Barry.
Presente.
Chair Campos.
Present.
Member Chen.
Here.
Member Dufty. Member Galata.
Here by proxy.
Thank you. Member Haney.
Present.
Member Banez.
Present.
Member Kim. Member Lacroix.
Here by proxy.
Member Lee here. Member Loftus.
Excused.
Member Lovett.
Here.
Member Mahogany.
Here.
Member Mandelman. Member Marr.
Here by proxy.
Member Maliga. Member Morales.
Here.
Member Raju.
Zaki Shaheen here with proxy.
Thank you, Zaki. Member Ronan.
Here.
Member Thomas.
Here.
Member Tung.
Sorry, I'm here.
Yep.
Thank you.
No worries. Member Williams.
Here.
Member Feinstein. Member Pelosi. Member Spear.
Excused.
Yep. Member Kounalakis. Member Ma.
Excused too. Sorry. Excused.
Okay. Member Cohen.
Proxy.
Member Weiner. Member Chu. Member Ting.
Proxy.
Thank you. I'll just go back for folks who weren't here. Member Dufty. Member Kim. Member Loftus is excused. Member Mendelman. Member Maliga.
Here by proxy.
Yeah, thank you. I thought I saw a proxy. And then, yep, I think that's it. So we have 22 present, so we have quorum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Colleagues, before we begin the meeting with the rest of the agenda, I want to just ask that we take a brief moment and do a moment of silence in memory of the victims of the tragic mass shooting that happened not too far from us here in Santa Clara County and San Jose. Our hearts go out to I believe it's 12 individuals so far that died in this massacre, and they're all workers from the VTA. And so if we can take this time for a moment of silence in their memory and in honor and to be with their families. Thank you very much. And again, our hearts go out to the loved ones and the families of those who perished in this tragic massacre. And, you know, anytime it happens, it shakes you to the core, but when it happens in the Bay Area, it's especially difficult. And I know that for many of our partners in labor, it's a very difficult time right now. We'll now move on to item number 2, which is the approval of the meeting agenda. And colleagues, the one amendment that I would like to make to the agenda, unless there's an objection to that, is that item 7 is the election of a new chair. And I know that there's a large number of people that are here for public comment. And I really think it's really important for that item to be voted upon when we have you know, many people present, and because I don't want to have a situation where we have a vote on that item at 11 p.m. I wanted to move item 7 to the beginning of the meeting following the approval of the March 24 minutes. I'm sorry, the April 28th minutes. And before general public comment. So when that item happens, we would essentially take that item, including public comment on that item. So I would make a motion, if someone can make a motion to approve the agenda with that amendment.
So
Move
moved.
the item with that amendment.
So who was that? That was Member Lee? Was that Secretary Lee, and seconded by Member Ibanez? Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection. Yes, Vice Chair Mahogany, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I actually wanted to add another thing to our agenda.
Okay, oh, I'm sorry, my apologies. Yes, before, okay, so we will rescind that vote. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. I did want to, you know, a few of us DCCC members, given the fact that you know, have announced that you are stepping down, we have put together a resolution basically honoring all your years of commitment and leadership. So we would like to add that to the agenda, if you please.
So we have a motion to add that to the agenda. Is there a second?
Second, Member Ibanez.
Member Ibanez. Is there any objection to that? Okay, without objection, that will be added as an amendment. Member Barry?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to remove item, I guess it's item 10 now, which is the California Universal Basic Income resolution from the agenda, because I would like to table it due to Assembly Bill 1338 not being passed last week. And I'm concerned that a stipend to foster youth would result in another benefit they are already receiving being removed since 1338 didn't get passed.
We have a motion to remove the item on SB 739. Is there a second on that?
Second, Member Ibanez.
Second by Ibanez. Can we take that motion without objection? Without objection. Okay, so now let's take a motion on the amended agenda, which has the following changes. One, moving item number 7 right before general public comment, and then adding the item on the resolution concerning me. And I want to thank you for that kind gesture. So on the amended agenda, can we have a motion, please?
I will redo that motion with those 3 amendments. So I'll move the agenda.
Motion by Secretary Lee. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Member Avalos. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, the amended agenda is approved. Thank you very much. We will now move to item number 3, which is the approval of the March 24th meeting minutes. Colleagues, you have the minutes of the March 24th meeting before you. We couldn't approve them last time. So is there a motion to approve those minutes? If we can have a motion.
Motion.
So moved.
So we have a motion by Ibanez. Is there a second?
Mahogany.
Second by Vice Chair Mahogany. Colleagues, are there any changes or comments on the minutes of March 24th? Seeing none, can we take that motion to approve those minutes in that second without objection? Without objection, the minutes of March 24th are approved. We'll now move on to item 4, which is the approval of the April 28th meeting minutes. We have the minutes before you. Can we have a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair Baraka. Is there a second?
Second. By
Second
Member
by Secretary Ibanez. Colleagues, are there any comments or changes to the meeting minutes of the April 28th meeting? Seeing none, can we take that motion to approve those minutes without objection? Without objection, the motion is approved and the minutes of the April 28th meeting are approved. We'll now move on to the next item, which is the election of new chair of the San Francisco Democratic County Central Committee. And as previously noted, this will be my last meeting as chair of the committee. And the way that we are going to do this is that we are going to first take nominations. And once we take nominations, we are going to open it up to public comment. And because of the large number of individuals that have signed up to participate in the meeting, I'm afraid that I'm going to limit public comment to 1 minute. So with that, I'm going to open the floor now for nominations to be the next chair of the San Francisco Democratic County Central Committee. The floor is open. Who would like to make a nomination?
I would like to nominate Vice Chair Mahogany.
And this is member Chanel Williams, is that right?
That's correct.
That's correct. So she has nominated member Vice Chair Mahogany. Do we need a second for the nomination?
If
Second.
not, I would second it.
You don't have to second it?
Oh, I would second it if we have to.
Oh, I think Thomas, member Thomas seconded the nomination. So far we have the nomination of Vice Chair Mahogany, and we have the nomination by Member Williams and seconded by Member Thomas. The floor remains open for any other nominations. Seeing none, we're going to close nominations. Before we turn to public comment, I just want to give members an opportunity to say anything, or if you want to maybe speak after public comment. Okay, why don't we go to public comment? And so again, this is public comment only on the item of the election of a new chair of the Central Committee, and one person has been nominated, Vice Chair Honey Mahogany. Is there any member of the public who would like to speak on this item? Please let us know. Raise your hand so that we know that you would like to speak.
Yes, so members of the public, I know that some of you already raised your hand at the beginning of the meeting, hoping to make a public comment for other items on the agenda, but please lower your hand and right now, because we're going to accept only public comments about the election of the new chair. Thank you very much. So in order to make a public comment, use the function raise hand. For those who are calling to access this meeting via their phone, please dial *9 if you want to use the function raise hand. So we have Nora who wish to make a public comments. I'm going to bring you on the panelist side, and we're going to be able to see you and hear you. So make sure to turn on your microphone and your audio. Thank you.
Nora, the floor is yours. You have a minute.
Can you activate your microphone, Nora?
Hi.
Hey, go ahead.
So we're just joining y'all today to request that you support, of course, HR 2590, which is the bill.
This is about, I'm sorry, but public comment on the election of a new chair.
I'm sorry, I will put my hand back down. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nora.
So again, use the function raise hand if you want to do a public comment about the election of the new chair. For now, I don't see any. I see one. Okay, they're coming in. Joseph, I'm going to bring you on the panelist side. Nora, I'm going to bring you back to the attendees. Joseph.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, Karima, can everybody hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, Joseph.
I am extremely excited and hope that we do get to see Chair Mahogany lead the San Francisco Democratic Party. Honey, I haven't known you terribly long, but in your engagement in the community, whenever the community has reached out to you, you always lead with such empathy and inclusivity and transparency, and I've admired it since the day I met you. So thank you to the San Francisco Party for always leading, and I look forward to seeing Chair Mahogany take things to the next level. Thank you. And Chair Campos, thank you for everything you've done in your time.
Thank you very much, Joseph. Appreciate your comments. Any other comment, Karima?
We have Mary and then Diane.
Great. Mary, the floor is yours.
Hi. Can
you cut off a little bit, Mary? Try again.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I just wanted to say, I think I'm watching history about to happen. If I am wrong, then please correct me, but I think this would be the first time the chair of the Democratic Party would be transgender. Also, that is huge. As a person who uses they, them pronouns, I'm just so excited about that. Also, I just wanted to say, first talking about with Honey, Honey leads with so much grace. leads with so much compassion and passion, leads with so much, how can I say it, solidarity, and really listening. When I first met Honey, Honey came through for the Pioneer statue and talking about taking it down. And I thought that was beautiful because an issue that might not seem that would impact Honey, Honey came through and did public comment numerous times to make sure that racist statue would come down. And so I love the energy and the spirit of this. I also am really excited that someone who's born and raised in the city is going to be chair of this San Francisco Democratic Party. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Brandy Rendell, and I just want to remind the public of for those who just came in, we are taking public comment only for the election of the new chair. So we have Rendell. I'm going to bring you on the panelist side.
Randall?
Hello.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you? I'm sorry. I'm not a visual on visual at this point. I have bandwidth problems here, but I just wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you to David for his service over the past year, and also to thank Honey for being willing to step forward and take on these additional responsibilities of the chair. And that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Randall.
Thank you. And we are done with public comment.
Well, thank you very much to all the members of the public for their input. We appreciate your comments, and colleagues, before I open the floor, I'm simply going to take this opportunity as perhaps my last act as chair of this body to say that it has been an honor to be your chair. And I couldn't be prouder of the fact that taking this role over will be Vice Chair Honey Mahogany. And it's not just, the communities that she represents, that's critical, but it's who she is, the way in which she has approached not just these responsibilities for the party, but everything she does, the passion, the honesty, the compassion, the respect, and the fact that this is being done by someone who also happens to be transgender, who also happens to be Black in the times of Black Lives Matter, sends a message about who we are as a party, as a San Francisco Democratic Party. And so I'm very proud of that. I look forward to serving under your leadership, Chair Mahogany, and I can only imagine everything that you're going to do. And so with that, I'll turn it over to any of my colleagues who would like to say a few words. Okay.
Hillary has her hand raised. It's
Baraka.
been that way for a while.
Sorry, Vice Chair Baraka.
No, I was just mentioning that Member Ronan had her hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry.
While.
You know what? I'm sorry, Member Ronan. I mean that, I don't want to get in trouble with my supervisor. So Supervisor Ronan.
Thank you, Keith, for having my back. Someone noticed that I've had my hand up for quite some time. David, wow. So I want to echo everything Madi had to say, but and I know that we're making history today by electing Honey Mahogany as the next chair of the San Francisco Democratic Party. But the depth of that history, we are transferring leadership from a gay Guatemalan immigrant who crossed the border undocumented, carrying his sister on his back, and grew up in South Central Los Angeles to become top of his class and then go on and achieve remarkable things, handing the baton to a Black woman with immigrant roots who's a drag queen and member of and a trans woman who has immigrant roots from Africa. I believe your parents, correct me if I'm wrong, honey, are Ethiopian immigrants, is just profound in and of itself. But then on top of that, to have these two individuals, David Campos and Honey Mahogany, not only represent these communities, but be the brilliant, the knock it out of the park, brilliant, compassionate, involved, and unabashedly progressive leaders that they are, is just what makes being a Democrat in San Francisco sometimes a little bit different than being a Democrat anywhere else in this country. And what makes me so proud, not only to be a Democrat, but to be a member of this body. And I am sitting here choking back tears and just with a smile that I'm not going to be able to wipe off my face for the rest of the night, to say, San Francisco, I'm proud of us once again. David, thank you so much for everything you've done for this party, all the hard work that you've done while working 5 other jobs and keeping us going. Honey, thank you for stepping up to this plate and to taking this leadership opportunity and obligation on with so much enthusiasm and vigor. Wow, I feel proud today to be a member of this body and a San Franciscan. Congratulations.
Thank you, Supervisor Ronan, for the very kind words. I see Member Williams and Member Barry. Member Williams?
Yes, thank you, Chair Campos. And I just want to first say thank you so much for your leadership and everything that you've done for the party. I am so excited to have our new chair, Honey Mahogany. As it was said by one of the public commenters, you lead with grace, you lead with such skill and intelligence, and I'm just so excited for the future of the party. So it is my pleasure to nominate you, and I look forward to serving under your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Williams. Member Barry?
Yes, I wanted to add that I'm excited for Honey Mahogany to be chair of our San Francisco Democratic Party. I Googled the word mahogany, and it's such a rare wood. It's hard to find, it's very expensive. So we have something very rare, and it's a gift. And I would also like to add that what I really like about Member Mahogany is that she is in this position as a Black woman, as Black and transgender woman, and that a lot of times people push us, people who are not white, into politics and don't want our voice to be heard. They just want to use our appearance for diversity. But I feel Member Mahogany uses her voice and her power, and that's what we need. So I'm honored to be in this body and to vote for her to be nominated as our future chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Barry. Barry Ibanez, and then Member Mandelman.
Thank you so much, Chair Campos. And again, I am so honored to have served on this board with you as our chair, and continue to look forward in working with you in your capacity as the vice chair for the Democratic Party for the state of California, and to our newly chair, Member Mahogany. I am so honored as well to be working with you. I can't wait to do great things with you in the Democratic Party. We talked about representation and how representation matters. And I want to say, I am so excited that you stepped up, and I'm here to work with you and to do great things for the Democrats here in San Francisco.
Thank you very much, Member Ibanez. Member Mandelman.
I want to reiterate my thanks and congratulations to you, Mr. Chair.
on your time, having led this fractious body, and having kept us together and kept the lights on. And thank you for doing that. And best wishes as vice chair and in all future and ongoing endeavors. And I do want to say, as the queer on the Board of Supervisors, that it is exciting. It has been important and good that we have had a queer chair. And I am excited to have a history-making, glass ceiling destroying chair in Honey Mahogany. And I think I said, like last month, I cannot imagine that anyone could make our local Democratic Party more exciting and fabulous than our soon-to-be chair, Honey Mahogany. So looking forward to seeing all that you do and seeing our party become more exciting to more folks.
Thank you, Supervisor Mandelman. Supervisor Haney.
Thank you, Chair Campos. And I also just first want to congratulate you on your ascension to vice chair and for your extraordinary leadership in our party. I think the last couple of years have really elevated this party, elevated our work. We've elected some incredible people onto this committee, and really this, I think, has become, I don't follow all of the parties around the country, but we must have the best local Democratic Party in California and beyond, and that is very much because of your leadership. And this is such a proud moment, as you can imagine how I feel about Honey and Honey's leadership. I've had the opportunity to work with Honey, closely with Honey, for a number of years, and we are so lucky to have you stepping up into this role. Somebody who is brilliant, who will bring everyone together, who listens. So many people who are in political leadership do not listen. Honey listens. She will bring us all together, and she will move us forward. And she's somebody who people know and are drawn to. And Honey will bring a lot of people into the party and want people to be involved in ways that will be very powerful. About half of the calls that come into our office right now are asking to talk to Honey. And I know there'll probably be even more so now. But I just, as your friend, Honey, as your colleague, I'm so excited, and I'm thankful that this entire committee. I tried not to be that involved with it as somebody who works so closely with Honey, but I was so happy that there was so much support for Honey. And this is a very proud moment for our party, a historic moment for our city. And thank you all for supporting Honey. I know you won't let us down. Congratulations, Honey.
Thank you, Member Haney. We'll go to Member Avalos.
Thank you, soon to be former Chair Campos. I want to congratulate you on your work and your service leading the Democratic County Central Committee here in San Francisco. I can't think of a more momentous time to be chairing this body. We actually saw in the most critical election that we were able to safeguard a lot of seats here in California and across the country. We were able to win seats over. I know that our party was really involved in that, and that was part of the leadership of helping direct all of us to be involved. And that's a significant thing that we actually have the society we have right now. So I want to congratulate you on your service there. It's just been really great to be your colleague all these years as well. So just appreciate that you're staying on, and you'll continue to be a colleague. I also want to congratulate you on your election to the vice chair of the California Democratic Party. So it's really great that you're still involved, and now you're at this other level to have an impact. And I'm just really thrilled that that Honey Mahogany is poised to be our next chair. I don't know you very well, Honey, but just what I see in terms of how you move about your district and across the city, how you're really well connected with compassion to a lot of communities, how, as many people said, you will be representing us in our great diversity here in San Francisco, to be the first transgender person probably in any Democratic Central Committee across the country. That is such an incredible experience for us to be part of. And whatever you need from us, please count on us to support you in your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Avalos, for your kind words. We'll go to Member Marr through his proxy, Mr. Wright.
Thank you very much, Chair Campos, and I want to echo all the gratitude for your years of service and leadership to the party. And I know we'll have more time to talk about that with your resolution later on the agenda. And I also just wanted to echo the really historic nature of your candidacy, Vice Chair Mahogany, and stepping into this new role. And thank you for your willingness to step into it. I also don't want the history that's being made to overshadow you as the person who's making it, because this is about representation. This is about creating seats at the table that really deserve to be there. But it's also about recognizing you as an individual and the many years of work that you've put in, your just breadth of experience, your depth of experience. And I first met Vice Chair Mahogany, I think it was 6 years ago, when she was willing to sit and do an interview on the political impact of drag in San Francisco for a student filmmaker working on a documentary. And I think if you look at that willingness to participate in movement building politics at every level, and trace that through your entire career and everything you contributed to the city in so many communities, it's really outstanding. So congratulations. Thank you for being willing to step up and serve. And I'm just really excited and looking forward to your leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Vice Chair Lovett.
Well, I want to echo what Supervisor and Member Haney was saying about how Honey really listens. I remember 3 years ago when I reached out, I was an educator at the time, and I had this great respect for the DCCC. And so to approach any member seemed like a really big deal. And you were just so patient and thoughtful, and we had this really great conversation. And I know that you extend that to everything that you do. And that's how we really bring our communities together. So I know you're going to be lifting up a lot of voices, and we're there, together in this fight, wherever the Democratic Party is going to take us in the coming years. So thank you for fighting that good fight. And I'll certainly echo what I said last month about Chair Campos, and I'm really glad that you are, staying here in this body, and that we have another state elected essentially with us. So it's great to have you have your leadership and have this joint leadership carry us forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lovett, for your comments. We'll go to Member Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Campos. Sorry, I'm on video. I'm on mobile right now. My computer's acting up. But I wanted to definitely join everybody else. People have said things far more eloquently, but I just wanted to acknowledge it's been a pleasure to work with Chair Campos since I was elected to this body, and I've really appreciated your leadership. We've had a ton of diversity of views and opinions on almost everything in this group, but to have all the members be able to work together and vote on things and to keep the lights on and do everything from fundraising to operating meetings during a pandemic. Really do appreciate your leadership, and congratulations on taking on an even bigger challenge going forward with the state party. And I am absolutely ecstatic for Honey's rise to this position. Honey has been just an amazing person to work with on every subcommittee that we've worked on together, any project, anytime we've had to interact on handling issues. It's been great to see the poise and the thoughtfulness and the work ethic that Honey has put into everything that we've done. So I'm really excited for the future for both of you, and excited to work with you both on, going forward.
Thank you very much, Member Thomas, for your kind words. And I want to note, Vice Chair Mahogany, that the proxy for Congresswoman Spear couldn't be here, but they specifically gave me their proxy vote so that Jackie Spear could vote for you to be the next chair. That's how important it was for her to do that. So colleagues, we have a nomination and a second of Vice Chair Honey Mahogany to be the next chair of the San Francisco Democratic County Central Committee. All of those in favor of that nomination, vote by saying aye.
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 Yeah. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? It is unanimous. The newly elected chair of the San Francisco Democratic Central Committee is Honey Mahogany. So Madam Chair, Chair Mahogany, the floor is yours. I don't have a physical gavel, but I will use the symbolic invisible gavel so that you can take over. And again, can we just give it to Chair Mahogany? And before we continue, I'm sure that she's going to say a few words, but congratulations, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks everyone for your beautiful words. They really truly did touch me. And I don't take that support lightly. And I want you all to know that I'm very excited to be in this new position now because I get to work with all of you more closely. And, and I do want to make sure that everyone knows that my door is always open and I will be there to listen. But I did want to take some time to say, Chair Campos, is it former Chair Campos now? But thank you, in all seriousness, thank you so much. I just want to, reaffirm what an honor it has been to get the opportunity to work alongside you and the rest of my colleagues here at the San Francisco Democratic Party during your tenure as chair, your stewardship of the party. We've had so many historic firsts, things that have really helped move the San Francisco Democratic Party forward and proven, why San Francisco is such a political powerhouse in the state of California and also the country at large. So thank you again, Chair Campos, former Chair Campos, for your stellar leadership. And we are so lucky that we get to continue to have you here with us at the local party, and also that we get to see you rise and be a leader at our state party. After working with the DCCC for 3 years on outreach, fundraising, events with our interns, I am really excited for the opportunity to lead the party as chair. I know I have big shoes to fill, but I intend to continue to do the work of building up our party and of continuing to bring people in and fighting for our democratic ideals. As someone who comes from multiple communities that have been largely left out of the political process, I've seen firsthand how various groups are only included or consulted during a tight election, but otherwise generally forgotten about, ignored, or expected to simply fall in line because there's no other choice. And I don't believe that that is how we build a bigger tent. That is not how we build collective power. And I believe we as a party and members of this body really need to have a robust dialogue about some difficult issues. As elected members, we have a unique opportunity to make a difference. We need to make sure that all of our diverse communities feel seen, heard, acknowledged, included, and respected, and continue to stand up for all of our democratic values. Given the times we're in, it's not lost on me how incredibly powerful it is to have a Black trans person leading the San Francisco Democratic Party. As we've mentioned at previous meetings, we've already seen more anti-trans bills being considered among state legislatures across our country this year than at any other time in our country's history. So for San Francisco to do the opposite, to take a stand and support and invest in Black trans leadership in this way at this time is not only a powerful message of opposition to hate, but also an example of how we can truly live our values, how we create the world we want to see, dismantle and override oppressive systems, and build a brighter and more equitable future. I do not take for granted how much work this is going to be, and I'm ready to do that work and everything that is necessary. I'm willing to roll up my sleeves, have tough conversations, listen, and take a stand when necessary. I'm willing to work with my colleagues here and with our Democratic clubs and members of the public to make sure that we are doing right by the residents of San Francisco and the many diverse communities therein. So thank you, everyone, for your time and your consideration and your support. And I feel very lucky to get to be your chair. And I guess I'm chair now, so I can't turn it back over to Chair Campos. So thank you, everyone. I believe we are now moving on to item, let's see, what is it? Item number 5, is that right? General public comment?
Yes.
I will now turn it over to our executive director. Can you make the announcement again for general public comment?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Mahogany. So good to say that. So for members of the public, in order to make a public comment, please use the function raise hand. Like this, I will be able to see you and bring you on the panelist side. For those who are calling or using their phones to access this webinar, please dial *9. Like this, I can see your hand, your raising hand. This is for this function. Also, so please be patient. We have a lot of public comments, a lot of people on this webinar. I will see you. You will get to make your public comments. If you have any issue or you're not sure, I can see your raising hand, or you just want to make sure that you are waiting to make a public comment, don't hesitate to email info@sfdemocrat.org. I have 2 interns who are helping me. I want to acknowledge them. We have Jason here, who's going to be your timekeeper. So you're going to hear a beep after the minute that you're making your public comments. And Priscilla, who is going to be, she's going to be answering my emails, and we'll be able to answer all your questions. So thank you, Priscilla and Jason, for helping me. And we're going to start by Michel Daubert. I'm going to promote you on the panelist side.
And I just want to clarify that it is 1 minute, right, for public comment? I believe you said it,
Yes.
but I just want to.
Yes, it is 1 minute. Yes.
Thank you.
Michelle, you can start. You can activate your microphone.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, fellow Democrats. My name is Michelle Dauber, and I'm a professor of law at Stanford and a member of the Santa Clara County and California State Democratic Central Committees. I rise in support of item 9 on your agenda, the resolution in support of legislation to repeal the spousal rape distinction. California is one of a small handful of states that continue to distinguish spousal rape from non-spousal rape and treat it as a far less serious crime. This bill will ensure that all rape is treated equally under the law, regardless of the relationship between the victim and the perpetrator. The bill is supported by a broad coalition, including advocates for criminal justice reform, including DA Boudin and the Prosecutors Alliance, as well as women's rights organizations. This bill is also supported by numerous elected leaders, including Congressman Ro Khanna. All rape is rape, regardless of the relationship between the parties. Please vote yes. Did I use my time? We're also endorsed by Dolores Huerta and the Santa Clara County Democratic Central Committee and the South Bay Labor Council, AFL-CIO. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have District Attorney Chisa Boudin. I don't see him, sorry. Is he with us? Oh, yes, sorry. Hello, can you hear me?
I can now, yes, it cut me off. I was just congratulating former Chair Campos and new Chair Mahogany, and I would like to urge members to vote yes on this agenda item. It's a critical issue when it comes to gender equality. Couldn't be more timely with Chair Mahogany's election tonight. It's a very simple issue. Rape is rape. It should not matter who commits it or what the relationship is between the perpetrator and the survivor of the sexual assault. California is one of just a handful of states that still preserves the anachronistic and misogynistic distinction between some kinds of rape and rape that occurs within a spousal union. As our communities call for raising victim survivor voices and holding accountable those who engage in sexual violence, California law continues to perpetrate centuries-old inhuman and inequitable practices, and it reinforces the idea, totally unacceptable, that spouse is sexual property and provides irrevocable consent. That is wrong, and we must correct it. I am proud to be a supporter of the bill. I'm proud to have been asked to testify tomorrow at the state legislature in support of the bill. And I urge members of San Francisco's Democratic Central Committee to vote yes, to in turn urge members of the state assembly to eliminate this horrific and anachronistic distinction between different kinds of rape. It is universally acknowledged as a crime of violence that is both physically and psychologically harmful to the victim, and we should treat all rape as rape. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your yes votes.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Luis, Avalos, Liz, and Hiab. Luis, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the DCCC. Congratulations, newly elected Chair Mahogany. I'd like to invoke presidential privilege for unlimited time as I speak. So I'm here today to first and foremost speak in favor of HR 2590 to support the Palestinians that are going through very egregious civil rights violations right now. And just seeing all the things in the news, seeing the missiles hit these people's homes, it's heartbreaking. And we shouldn't be supporting racism abroad. You know, we just marked the anniversary of George Floyd, and racism here is unacceptable, and it is unacceptable anywhere. And this resolution would really at the forefront target the human rights violations that are being now enacted by the state of Israel. And I know I'm not here to point fingers or give any solutions, but our tax dollars should not be going towards funding war crimes and violations of human rights. So please support this resolution and please continue to support the Palestinian people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Liz, and then we have Ihab, and then Wasim. Liz, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. So my name is Liz Lehman, and I am a Jewish City resident. I ask the members of the DCCC to vote yes on the resolution in support of HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act. It is critical to support and pass this resolution as we cannot allow our tax dollars to fund the genocide, forced separation, detaining, ethnic cleansing, and apartheid of Palestinians. This is often presented as a two-sided conflict, and this is not a conflict. Israel, with one of the world's most powerful and well-funded militaries, has all of the power. The movement for justice in Palestine is rooted in human rights and has no space for hate and discrimination. Zionism is an oppressive ideology rooted in white supremacy and has nothing to do with Judaism or Jewishness. If you are against anti-Semitism, you should also be against Zionism. Zionism harms everyone, including Jews. As many know, American Jews are facing an uprising in anti-Semitism because of what Israel is doing under the false guise of Jewish self-determination. There could be no Jewish liberation without Palestinian liberation. Free Palestine, and please support HR 2590. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Now we have Ihab, and then we have Wasim, and then Ryan, and then Faris.
Hello, thank
Hello.
you. I would like to make a comment in favor of HR 2590, a bill to promote and protect the human rights of Palestinians living under Israeli military occupation, and a bill that would ensure that US taxpayer funds are not used by the government of Israel to support the military detention of Palestinian children, or the unlawful seizure and destruction of Palestinian property, or the annexation of land belonging to the native and indigenous Semitic people of Palestine. We, the taxpayers, give the Israeli government $3.8 billion per year, most of which is used to purchase weapons that are used to terrorize the Palestinian people. These abuses have been documented by the State Department as well as Israeli and international human rights organizations. HR 2590 would require the Secretary of State to provide a report to Congress on exactly how our $3,800,000,000 annual gift is being used by the Israeli government. Please support this resolution and please urge your member of Congress to become a co-sponsor today. You can make a difference in alleviating the suffering of the Palestinian people. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, we have Wasim, then we have Ryan, Faris, and Shadi. I think it didn't work. Let's try again. Wasim, can you hear me?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Wasim Al-Haj. I am a community organizer and case manager with the Arab Resource and Organizing Center. On behalf of AROC and the Arab community at large, I urge the members of the committee to vote yes on the resolution in support of HR 2590. And although a ceasefire is in place, the most devastating impacts of Israeli violence against the Palestinians continue unabated. Palestinians are still being evicted from their homes in Jerusalem and the West Bank. Critical medicine, food, and water is still being blocked by the Israeli siege on Gaza. And over the last 48 hours, over 500 Palestinians have been systematically arrested as political prisoners. Palestinians who we at AROC work with every single day, who fled to live San Francisco in the face of violence and ethnic cleansing, cannot return to their homes. Israeli apartheid does not end with a ceasefire. The violence is largely subsidized by US tax dollars, and by supporting this resolution, you have an opportunity to make a historic stand befitting of San Francisco's history of progressive political action against apartheid. I'm proud of the tremendous courage the Palestinian Arab community have shown in these last few weeks.
Wasim, timer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Ryan, then we have Faris, then Shadi, then Ashra. I think it didn't work again. Let me try again. Ryan?
Hi, yes, mic check.
Yes, you're on. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ryan Calabreth. I'm with the California Politics Huddle. On behalf of young Californians who are opposed to all imperialist wars and all forms of racist violence, I hereby express my full support for the resolution in support of HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act. It's time for this body to recognize the power that it wields over our national politics and the power our national politics wields over the lives of people all over the world. I hope you all have the basic human decency to decry displacement and ethnic cleansing in any form. You all know in your hearts Netanyahu would not have committed these atrocities without the financial and political support of the United States government. I humbly beg you all to prove that you have the courage to do this and stand with the tens of thousands of Palestinians who have been killed or displaced by the US-backed violence and vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Faris, then we have Shadi, then we have Ashra, and then we have Kathleen. Hello?
Hi, my name is Faris Barhoum, and I'm part of SWANA, Arab Dem Club in San Francisco. And I'm Palestinian, and I would like to talk in solidarity with the resolution against Palestinian children and support for families as well. So we can't remain silent. The role of the US government has a direct impact on the situation at hand in Israel-Palestine. And as a US citizen, as the San Francisco Democratic Party, we must make clear that our taxes must not fund war crimes, violate basic human rights, be used towards the demolition of Palestinian homes, schools, seizure of property, and further expansion of illegal settlements and infringement on Palestinian rights and borders, and the targeting and indefinite detention and imprisoning of children and minors. As a Palestinian, I believe it's our duty to fight for our people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Shadi, then we have Ashra, then we have Kathleen. Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Shadi Alcara. I'm a San Francisco native, and I want to lend my support to support the HR 2590 resolution supporting Palestinian Children and Families Act. I'm as a San Francisco native whose family is from Gaza, and on behalf of many Palestinians who live in the San Francisco Bay Area, we are all here because we are refugees who were ethnically cleansed from our lands. Both of my grandparents had to escape their homes, and family members were murdered in 1948. And so this is a very long history that has been against, rooted in anti-human rights violations and whatnot. It's very emotional even for me to speak to this. But the worst thing about it, the last 2 weeks with this violence, is calling my family, making sure they're okay, while I know that my tax dollars are subsidizing these bombs and committing these war crimes. Over 50 schools in Gaza have been bombed. And it's honestly, my community is exhausted. We are tired. We are tired explaining why we deserve to live. And I support this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Ashra, then we have Kathleen, then Sasa, then Adil.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I don't have anything prepared. I want to speak from the heart as somebody who is so proud of being San Franciscan. I was born here. I was raised here. I'm actually on the East Coast today, and I always come back to San Francisco because of how inspired I am by our community, by electing officials like Honey Mahogany, by always being the leader when it comes to civil liberties and justice all over the world. I was born the refugee of two refugees. My dad was born in Gaza, and similar to Shadi, who just spoke, I'm trying to call my family every day to see if they're still alive, if their building has been bombed. Today, I've discovered that Israel is actually kicking out people from Silwan, which is a town in Jerusalem where my mom fled in 1967 as a pregnant baby in my grandmother's womb. I would be so proud and inspired of San Francisco stepping up to be the first city in the United States to cut all ties. And I'm in full support of HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act. And I urge my city to act. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Kathleen, then Sasa, then Adil, then Roxana. Kathleen? Can you hear me? I'm trying to activate your microphone.
Good evening. This isn't Kathleen. This is Alfredo.
Oh, sorry. The name show up at Kathleen Nelson, but that's okay. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Alfredo, and I come before the committee today to proudly urge the committee to support the resolution supporting HR 2590. I'm proud to be a member of the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party supports human rights even when it's not politically convenient. As a member of the LGBTQ community in my life, I've been personally affected by the party's commitment to human rights. As we know, there was a time where many members of the party weren't brave enough to stand up for rights because it was not politically convenient. However, many of the brave members of the party that put doing the right thing first came from the San Francisco community. Tonight, this committee has a chance to stay true to the party's commitment to human rights and pass this resolution. I urge the committee to do the right thing today and pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Sasa, then we have Adil, then we have Roxana and Elliot. Sasa, go ahead. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Sasa Ramos, a high school sophomore and chapter lead of Gen Up SF. I'm here to support the resolution in support of HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act, and ask the members of the DCCC to vote yes on this resolution. We've witnessed a crisis unfold, not of a greater power, but one inflicted by humans onto other humans. My Palestinian friends, classmates, and fellow young people live in agony, knowing their families are being persecuted in the land they call home. demonstrated by past and current political movements. Silence is complicity. We cannot sleep in peace knowing thousands of Palestinian lives are at risk. I urge the members of the DCCC to vote yes on the historic HR 2590. And as a youth ally, I would like to leave the space for those directly affected by this crisis to speak from personal experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Adil, then we have Roxana, Elliot, and Murtaza.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Adil Jakmani. First and foremost, congrats to former Chair Campos and newly appointed Chair Honey. I don't know you, Honey, but from what I've just heard, you're the most perfect person for the job. Thank you all for the time today and for considering a resolution in support of HR 2590. As a Democrat and a member of the LGBTQ+ community, I asked the DCCC to pass this resolution and stand for human rights. As mentioned, our tax dollars should not be used to fund an illegal occupation, terrorize civilians, and murder Palestinians. And although there is a ceasefire, the Palestinian displacement continues to grow to over 90,000 people. The death toll also continues to grow. So I urge you to vote yes on this resolution in support of HR 2590. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Roxana, then we have Elliot, then we have Murtaza and Bopak.
Hello. My name is Roxana Musavian. I'm an attorney in San Francisco, and I'm here in support of resolution supporting HR 2590. I'm here because for all my life, I've contributed directly to the apartheid in Israel and the violence against and death of Palestinians. And that has to end. As someone who previously worked in DC, I am thrilled to stand virtually before you all on a day where the courage of the Palestinian people, and especially the Palestinian people on the ground in Palestine, is being acknowledged in a democratic space. This is a historic moment. Please, I ask you to stand on the right side of history by voting in support of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Elliot. Then we have Murtaza, Bopak, and Brandon. Elliot?
Hi. Yeah, my name is Elliot Hellman, and I'm asking the members of the DCCC to vote yes on the resolution in support of HR 2590. I'm a Jew and an active member of both my synagogue and of Jewish Voice for Peace, but really my religion is justice. And I feel compelled to speak on this issue because of my country's support for the injustice that's done to the Palestinian people in my name. Our city and the Democratic Party have taken courageous stands against white supremacy and white nationalism in the US by nominating Ms. Mahogany as your chair, for instance. But taking this stand is incomplete and ineffectual without also taking a stand against Jewish supremacy and Zionist nationalism in Israel. Again, I urge you to support this important resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Murtaza, then we have Bopak, Brandon, and Mason.
Hello, my name is Murtaza Rizvi, and I would like to urge this committee to vote yes on the resolution HR 2590 to promote and protect the human rights of Palestinians living under Israeli military occupation. As a Democratic voter who's also an immigrant and a person of color, I strongly support HR 2590 because I hate to see our nation's resources use state of foreign military power that oppresses the indigenous people of Palestine. Also, as a registered nurse who sees the dire need for basic and universal health care here at home, I would rather see the billions in military aid to Israel diverted back to our communities to uplift our most vulnerable.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Bopak, then Brandon, then Mason.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. My name is Bob Akisfandiari. I know many of you, and some of you I haven't yet had a chance to meet, but I'm a member of the SWANA SF Democratic Club. I'm also a co-signer of a letter that EMB Action, another group that I'm a member of, published concerning Palestinian human rights. And I'm also just an American citizen who's tired of his tax dollars being used to fuel apartheid and the oppression of Palestinians living under a 50+ year military occupation that has no end in sight. Our money should not be used to continue to fuel these abuses. We can be a good friend that tells other friends this is not right. And I urge you all to support now Chair Mahogany. Congratulations, by the way, Chair Mahogany's resolution in support of HR 2590. Thank you so much. And yes, please support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Brandon, then Mesem, then Basim. Brandon? Hey.
Hey, I'm unmuted. Sorry, just took a second. My name is Brandon Howell. I'm a resident of San Francisco, California. I'm half Palestinian, half Puerto Rican. I'm here in support of HR 2590. Being Palestinian, a child, or rather a grandchild of two people that are refugees. This is important to me because my grandparents have not had the ability to go back and see their family. We've been separated for so long, and we're giving money, our tax dollars that we could be using here. We have a crisis of people that are houseless. We have a crisis of, you know, as someone was saying earlier, inadequate medical aid. We could be using this money to fund things happening here, or funding building bridges rather than creating bombs that are used to kill innocent children. I don't know how we can consciously, you know, just not take action. And I urge everyone to everyone to support HR 2590 to defund the militarization and murder of innocent people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Basim, then Mohammed, then Marie, then Kitty. Can you hear me, Basim?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, Democrats. My name is Basim Alcara, born and raised in San Francisco, went to McNair High School, now a civil rights advocate in Sacramento. I served on the executive board of the California Democratic Party and chaired the Affirmative Action Committee for the past decade. I want to acknowledge David Campos for your leadership and congrats on becoming the vice chair of our party. Honey Mahogany, this is a major milestone for our party. Congratulations. I'm with you tonight representing CARE California Action to speak on agenda item 12. I speak to you tonight as a Palestinian American. I speak to you tonight as someone from the Gaza Strip. Gaza has been under siege for decades. I've not been able to visit my family there since 2005. You can't imagine the guilt that Palestinian Americans feel knowing that our taxpayer dollars go to kill and keep my own family members under siege. One of my relatives was killed in the latest attack on Gaza after he succumbed to his wounds after an attack. He wasn't a fighter. He was sitting in front of his house on his iPad when an Israeli missile, which was likely manufactured here in the US, hit an open field and the shrapnel hit his head. One of my friends lost 14 family members, and another Cal Bear lost over 20 family members, 3 generations in one attack. They weren't fighters. Dr. Abu Auf was one of the only neurologists in the entire Gaza Strip. The COVID center of Gaza was bombed. HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act.
Time's up.
Palestinian children. I urge an aye vote on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Mohammed, then we have Marie and Katie. Hello, can you hear me? Mohammed, can you hear me? I'm asking you to activate your microphone.
Yes, hello.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, hi. My name is Mohammed Fakhruddin. I'm with the SWANA Democratic Club. I'm asking you to support Resolution 12 in support of HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act. I'm originally from Lebanon. My family's home was destroyed by an Israeli missile in 2006. It was a large apartment complex like the ones you saw on TV over the past few days being destroyed in Palestine. It's for this reason I know how important it is to stand up for peace and justice. There's a ceasefire now, but the suffering doesn't end with the ceasefire. My village in Lebanon is still littered with cluster bombs, paid for by the United States. The Palestinians are still suffering. This cycle of violence is not sustainable. It doesn't help the Palestinians or the Israelis, and our great country has enabled this cycle to continue for too long. It's time to break the cycle by setting up for racial justice. So please vote for resolution in support of HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, we have Marie, then we have Katie, then Maya. I think it didn't work for Mary. Let me try again. Mary, you should be able to.
Yes, hi everybody.
Okay.
Thanks for having us here for public comment. Like others, I'm here in support of HR 2590. I am a community advocate with the Arab Resource and Organizing Center, as well as a third generation Arab American. And others have spoke more eloquently than I can tonight about why they're here, but I do want to share a couple of things. The thing that brought me to show up tonight was just my embarrassment and disgust with US policy toward Palestinians and my horror by the impact of life under occupation, not just during the bombings that are happening that are getting headlines, but the brutality of daily life that I witnessed when I was there in 1989. When I was a student, my father was a journalist there and I went to live with him for a little while. And mostly I'm tired of the silence and complicity that surround the issue. So I think it's time for us to do something different and we should start now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Katie, then Maya, then Amer, and then Yasmin. Katie?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Karima. Good evening, all. I'm Katie Arbona. I'm senior co-chair for the Alice B. Toklas Club. I'm here tonight to urge this committee to support the resolution on HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act. It is not enough to be neutral in times of clear moral urgency, and as a city dedicated to equity and justice, it's incumbent on us to stand up for the oppressed wherever they live. I urge the committee to give our support to ending US funding for human rights abuses. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Maya, then we have Amer and Yasmin.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Maya Dalbaka. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a voting Democrat, and I'm calling in as a Bay Area Palestinian who has been privileged enough to be born in San Francisco. I'm calling in support of HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act. You have to pass this tonight. You have to be part of the precedent set against American politics supporting apartheid states. We are tired of being erased. We suffer still. The ceasefire has done nothing to protect the Palestinian families being brutalized by the apartheid state, and it is time for us to take real action towards fighting oppression everywhere that it exists. Thank you so much, and much love to all of those whose loved ones are on the ground in Palestine right now.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Amer, then Yasmin, then Well, I'm sorry if I don't pronounce your name correctly, then Miriam. I think I don't see you. I see you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, it took a minute to load there. My name is Amar Rashid, and I am here representing the California Democratic Party's Arab American Caucus, as well as here with Care California Action. And I'm also a Palestinian American who is incredibly exhausted of funding the oppression and apartheid that my grandparents are currently living in. I strongly urge this committee to pass the resolution of HR 2590 so that our country can stop being the financier of an apartheid regime, particularly considering our state and our community has such a huge threshold of the overall tax budget. We can't remain silent when we know that all reputable human rights organizations have identified this crisis as an apartheid crisis and have identified Israel as the perpetrator in that. Please vote for this resolution and vote against apartheid by supporting HR 2590. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Yasmin. Then we have Miriam Reedy. Yasmin?
Hi.
Hey. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Yasmin Badri. I'm a Democrat and a community member, and I'd like to urge a vote in favor of Resolution 12 in support of HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Family Act. As someone with family in Gaza, I can tell you that the feeling in Gaza is of terror and hopelessness right now. I've spoken to family members who have never wanted to leave in their life, and they want to leave now. And we've been in Gaza since the 7th century. We've been there for 1300 years. So this is how far it's gone. The bombs were dropping indiscriminately near their homes, their windows were shattered, and they're the lucky ones who were minimally affected by this. Escalation and violence always starts with the West Bank and Jerusalem, the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians and forced removal from and destruction of their homes and lands, their daily harassment, jailing of their children, etc. The list goes on. Only one side has been held accountable and
collapsed,
which is the Palestinians. And
what minute has passed?
Okay. Please.
Thank you for your comment, Yasmin. Next speaker, we have sorry if I don't pronounce your name correctly. And then we have Miriam, Ridi, Yassar, Sophia, Stefan, and Sarina.
Yes, this is, sorry, my name is Wael. You were close. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I am a Palestinian American. I'm an advocate with the Arab Resources of Organizing Committee in San Francisco. I'm here to urge you to support resolution HR 2590. As a son of Palestinian refugees who were expelled in 1948, our Nakba continues today. Israel continues to practice ethnic cleansing for decades, forced eviction, land annexation, expansion of settlement. In East Jerusalem, particularly, as we speak, the residents of Sheikh Jarrah and Silwan face imminent expulsion from their homes. Not to mention the impossible life for people in the West Bank, the daily humiliation in checkpoints, the detention of children, and on and on and on. And finally, Gaza, where my family still resides, people have undergone this inhumane criminal siege for the past 15 years. Hardly any drinking water, no electricity, no power plant or water treatment facilities. People can't access a few kilometers into their beach to access fishing and basic needs. This cannot continue in our name and with our tax money. This needs to stop. And I urge you to support 2590. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, we have Miriam. Then, hold on. Miriam, then we have Ridi, Yassar, Sophia, Stefan.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, my name is Miriam. I am a San Francisco voter and resident and Palestinian American. I first want to thank the sponsors of this resolution and ask our fellow DCCC members to vote in support of the resolution supporting the Palestinian Children and Families Act. It has been a long time coming that San Francisco leadership engage our community in a meaningful way. At this point in time, San Francisco practices have condoned the exclusion of us in sister city programming with Israel, condoned the censorship in our schools and our art exhibits, and allowed anti-Palestinian ads on our public transit, among other examples of surveillance and civil rights issues that face Palestinians and Arabs in San Francisco as a result of US foreign policy. This is relevant to us, and we thank you for taking it in your meeting today and hope we have your support.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, we have Ridi, then we have Yassar, Sophia, Stefan, Sarina. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, my bad.
Hi, my name is Riddhi S. Patel. I'm from Kern County. I'm calling about agenda item 5, specifically to state I am in support of the resolution to support HR 2590, the Palestinian Families and Children's Act, and I hope members of the Central Committee vote yes. My mother grew up in South Africa under apartheid, a horrible way to start your life, and she, to this day, finds not only Nelson Mandela, but his multiple comrades who joined him in the fight for liberation, people she will forever be grateful for. Nelson Mandela long understood the need to not only fight for liberation for Black and marginalized communities in South Africa, but also understood how the fight to end apartheid that was extremely interconnected with the fight for liberation for the Palestinian people. Angela Davis, one of the most widely known abolitionists, also acknowledged the need for solidarity between the fight for liberation that occurs in Ferguson and Black communities across the U.S. with the Palestinian movement. My mother discusses stories of growing up during apartheid, where she was commonly looked at and treated as less than human. I truly hope you support this resolution and understand the people and communities you'd be standing in solidarity with if this passes.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, we have Yassar. Then we have Sophia, Stefan, Sarina, and Susan Pfeiffer. Yassar, go ahead. Can you?
Sorry,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. I'm Yassar Dabur. I am the chair of the Arab American Caucus and an executive board member at the California Democratic Party. Ladies and gentlemen, we had 73 years, too long, 73 years of occupation, of genocide, of apartheid. And today, I'm here to ask you, to urge you to vote yes on this resolution in support of HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Family Act. Please, let's not be complicit in killing the Palestinian people. Please, let us not be killing of our own brothers and sisters in Palestine. I urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Sophia, then we have Stefan, then we have Serena, Susan Pfeiffer, and Christopher.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Sophia.
Hi, my name is Sophia Andari. I am part of the Swana Dem Club. I'm calling to ask the members of the DCCC to vote yes on the resolution in support of HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act. From age 3 to 8, I lived in Lebanon during the war, and I know firsthand the damage of bombs and destruction. We cannot allow our taxpayer money to aid in that suffering. For human rights to matter, we need to free Palestine. Thank you so much, and congratulations to Chair Mahogany.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Stefan, then we have Sarina, Susan, and Christopher.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Stefan.
Thank you. My name is Stefan. I'm not here representing any particular organization. I just wanted to take the time to speak candidly to all of you about what I think is, in my view, one of the great examples of human cruelty and oppression and trauma that exists in our world today. Since I've been alive and since well before that, the Israeli colonial project has visited just unbelievable, unimaginable, unthinkable cruelty on the people of Palestine. I believe that if you can recognize the people of Palestine as human, as fully human as any one of us, it should be abundantly clear why, especially now in a moment of opportunity, we have a moral obligation to take meaningful action, the very, very least of which would be complete support for the resolution 2590. I think if meaningful action is not taken at this time and the occupation is not to go on any further, history will have no choice but to judge each and every one of us as complicit in one of humanity's greatest atrocities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, we have Serena, then we have Susan, then we have Christopher. I don't see you, Serena. Ah, you're here, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Serena Khassaune, and I'm calling as a representative from the Arab Resource Organizing Center in support of HR 2590. Sometimes it's hard for me to see the San Francisco I fell in love with, but today when I walked into a random cafe and saw a mural peeking through the back door of an old Palestinian man wearing a keffiyeh, surrounded by portraits of people of all backgrounds celebrating their identity, I was reminded why SF is so special. It is a city that encompasses the global and shares empathy across struggles. That being said, the city has to acknowledge its own role in the struggles of Palestinians, the racism, violence, and blatant disregard for human rights. The rest of the world is realizing we cannot remain silent while an entire population experiences genocide, a genocide that will persist even under the guise of ceasefire. It is time we align with the right side of history. I call on you all to vote yes on this resolution and end the murder of the same faces we paint on our city's walls. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Susan. Then we have Christopher, Zara, and Gia.
Susan? I'm muted and remembered today. Hi, Susan Pfeiffer here. I'm going to switch topics and hope that Honey will accommodate me just a little as David has over the last few years to go a little bit long. I've got a few things to talk about. First, I want to congratulate David on his ascension to leadership in the San Francisco Democratic Party, the California Democratic Party, and to acknowledge the success he's had chairing the San Francisco Democratic Party, which has been far less contentious during his rule or his reign as it had been in past years. And for Honey, I don't know you well, but I want to congratulate you and look forward to working with you because I consider you calm, intelligent, and elegant. And at the fundraiser with Tom Amiano, your hair was drop dead gorgeous. Now, tonight, I do want to talk about a couple of things. Last month, I mentioned that I was helping to put on a votercade to promote the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. It was a Bay Area wide one in Oakland. It was successful. It was on March 8th. 60 cars drove in the votercade for about 10 miles in a loop, starting and ending at the Oakland Arena. We decorated them with posters. I was able to get a proclamation from Mayor London Breed to present, and Mayor Libby Schaaf also did one, and the mayor of Albany. It was a very multi-county event. Last weekend, I went to Sacramento to help at an annual Black Expo. I was tabling with the California Black Health Network and One Solution. Those are the two groups I work with to do Cover California enrollments. So it was on that topic. I am still looking for help getting the word out to people in San Francisco who need help either in getting lower rates or enrolling in Cover California, the lowest rates we've ever had and the most help. This is the money from the American Rescue Plan. I see Edward Wright and Lee Lovett on here, and I see other supervisors on here. I'm going to ask again that you help me get the word out to your constituents. I got a map today of where the need is in San Francisco, and the two areas with the largest concentration of people who need this help are the Ingleside, Crocker, Amazon area, and the outer Sunset and Parkside. So I'm asking once again to help me help them. I'm also working with Ann Merrill, whom you may remember was with Swing Left and would often come talk in public comment about the activities they're doing. She's now a member of the League of Women Voters, and she and I are trying to get them to get a table at two large graduation ceremonies that the San Francisco School District is doing to do group ones because of COVID, and to see if we can get a table to set up to do voter registration there. Stay tuned. I hope it will be June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. So hopefully next month I'll be able to report back some success on that. And lastly, just wanted to say, related to one of the resolutions you're passing tonight, I hope, is every day I do texting to stop the recall of Governor Newsom, and would love to have anyone who wants to help join me. It's effective. It's telling them where the votes are or are not. And so thank you. And I hope you all finish in time to get to bed tonight.
Thank you, Susan. Next speaker, we have Christopher. Christopher, can you hear me?
Yes, hold on. There we go. Sorry, I'm on my phone. Hi, I'm Christopher Christensen with the ILWU. I'm here in support of the resolution in support of HR 2590, Palestinian Children and Families Act. As the Vice President of the ILWU Northern California District Council, we released a statement last night in support of Palestine, and I will not read the whole thing, but I will read the last paragraph. The ILWU Northern California District Council stands in solidarity with Palestine and the Palestinian communities across the world who are fighting for justice. We proudly stand against racism and injustices perpetuated by Israel against Palestine. So we hope that you pass the resolution in support of HR 2590. Also, I'd like to say congratulations to Honey Mahogany. The DCCC is going to be amazing under your leadership. Congratulations to David Campos for moving on to Democratic Party. And last, also congratulations to Karima to move on for all the new endeavors you'll be partaking in. You have been amazing as the executive director of the DCCC. And please support Dandelion Chocolate this weekend at 1:30 on Sunday. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Christopher. Next speaker, we have Gia Daniele.
Hi. Okay, great. Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Gia Daneler, and I am a past president and current co-chair of the Raoul Wallenberg Jewish Democratic Club. I'm here to express concerns on behalf of our membership regarding the resolution dealing with the Arab-Israeli conflict. And to be honest, I'm feeling quite shaken by the many inaccurate and one-sided statements that have been made this evening. The resolution in question creates divisions among communities and loyal Democratic constituencies when tensions are already running very high. What's needed most right now is dialogue that helps create safe spaces and not the opposite, especially at a time when the Jewish community has been experiencing an unprecedented spike in anti-Semitism throughout the United States, including violent acts during the past 10+ days directly connected to protests of Israel. I didn't and don't expect to hear from members of the pro-Israel community this evening, in no small part because such
One minute has
don't feel very safe right now.
Yeah,
In order to pass this resolution, the Wallenberg Club asks that you incorporate for the rights of all Jews, Arabs, and Palestinians to live side by side in peace and security.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you, and our club truly hopes to work with the DCCC moving forward to build bridges and actually increase understanding between communities.
Then we have Martin Rolling Fay, and then we have Dara. Martin, go ahead.
Hello. Congratulations, Honey, on your ascension, and to you, David, as well, for your heading up to Sacramento, helping us. I'm a co-chair at Wallenberg, and we worked on some of the wording. Some of us worked on some of the wording to help make this palatable to people in our community. And there's definitely two minds going on at the same time. And I just hope that we can really build bridges rather than tear them down. And that's a really important thing for me, to think, I support Friends at SWANA, I support other organizations, but I also want to help everybody come to the table and really work together rather than try to tear each other apart. So hopefully we can do that with the DCCC's help and also with our friends across the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Zara, then Murad, then Sonia.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Zara Haji, and I'm on the board of the Swana Democratic Club. I'm here to support the resolution in support of HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act. We must condemn the Israeli government's human rights abuses against Palestinians and ensure that our tax dollars are not going towards the displacement and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. You've heard the stories tonight, and I'm sure you've seen the videos on social media of people being attacked, beaten, kicked out of their homes, little kids watching their parents be targeted and detained by Israeli militarized police. No one, absolutely no one, should have to experience such horrendous violence. And yet, as a country, as a local community, we have ignored these human rights violations for years. We've been told that the history is complex, but our moral obligation is simple. In the face of injustice, we show up and we speak out. And that's what San Francisco does, and that's what we're known to do. The passage of this resolution in support of foundational, basic human rights for Palestinians would be historic, and I truly hope that each and every one of you will be on the right side of history. Also, congratulations, Honey, Karima, and David. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Murad, then Sonia, then Mesem that I think I missed. I'm sorry about that. Murad, you can go.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Greetings, San Francisco Democrats. First, congratulations, Madam Chair, on your election. And thank you, Chairman Campus, for your leadership. My name is Murad Sarama. I'm the chair of the Democrats for Justice in Palestine here in the capital city and the former chair of the Arab American Caucus of the California Democratic Party. I'm here today to urge you to support a resolution in support of HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act. After bombing 46 schools, including 2 kindergartens. By the way, who bombs kindergartens? 66 children were lost in the Gaza and the bombardment of Gaza like last week. It is time to say no to our tax dollars supporting war crimes committed by the Israeli apartheid regime. I urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Murad. Next speaker, we have Sanja. Sorry. You're good to go. Sandra, can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Go
Sorry,
ahead.
give me a second. My name is Sonia Strauss. I'm calling in from Oakland. I'm part of the YIMBY Jewish sub club. I'm calling in support of item 12, agenda item 12, HR 2590. Our tax dollars should not be funding ethno-nationalist governments anywhere, or paying to kill civilians, destroy schools, any of these things. My grandparents happen to have been Holocaust survivors. I'm Jewish, and they were refugees after that war. And I mention it because I want to reemphasize what actually all the participants here, almost all the participants here, know, which is that this isn't an issue between Jews and Muslims or Jews and anyone. This is an issue between ethno-nationalists and fascists, really, and people who believe in human rights. That's the conflict. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, we have Mesem.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Mason Maladallah. I'm a San Francisco resident and I'm Vice President for Students for Justice in Palestine, as well as the marketing chair for our SWANA club at my college. I'm here to advocate for Resolution 12 in support of HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act. San Francisco is a place of progressiveness, inclusivity, and diversity. This must include the Palestinian people, as you cannot pick and choose when you claim to value diversity and progressiveness. Palestinians have been persecuted for over 70 years, and it needs to end. I implore San Francisco Democrats to take a look at the lives lost, the damage caused, and the everyday struggles that the Palestinian people must face when living under occupation. Take a look at the $3.8 billion that the Israeli government receives every year from our taxes alone, as well as the recent $735 million weapons sale that was recently made by a Democratic president. I also want to acknowledge that it is not anti-Semitic to criticize the government that carries out a genocide against a group of people for simply existing. San Francisco Democrats acknowledging the Palestinian struggle is a step in the right direction towards equal rights and the preservation of human lives that we all must value. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Bob and Sarah. I don't know which one. And then, sorry, we have Michael, Savannah, and Roscoe. So just to let you know.
I unmuted. I'm here.
Yeah, you're here. Just, I
Yes,
just
thank
want to
you.
give an announcement before you start your comment. I just want to let you know that we still have 48 people who are raising your hands. So I just wanted to give you an update. Go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to the proposal to condemn the recall efforts, which groups the recall of Governor Newsom, Chesa Bodine, and the school board members all in one resolution, and saying that they're all Republican backed. I object to grouping all of these together. I am strongly against the recall of Governor Newsom, but I can tell you as a member of the school board recall group that we are a parent-led organization. We are not backed by Republicans. The majority of our members are Democratic, and we have a lot of very important reasons as parents why we want to recall the school board. In fact, the DCC and themselves asked Collins to step down because of her racist anti-Asian comments. And does this mean that they no longer agree that her comments are racist and she doesn't belong on the school board? I'd like these to be separated out, please, because it's dishonest. This is Trumpian. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Michael, then Savannah, then Roscoe, then Calvin. Michael?
Hi, good evening. Congratulations and good evening, outgoing Chair Campos. Congratulations to incoming Chair Mahogany, and good evening to the DCCC of San Francisco. I'm calling tonight to speak in favor and support of HR 2590 resolution, the Palestinian Children and Families Act, and I'm asking for you to support it and help put Palestinian human rights back into the discussion table. I spent the last bombing campaign basically talking someone in Gaza off the ledge who day by day didn't know if where he was living, who's not involved in any of this, lives on a farm, didn't know if they were gonna lose everything, including their lives. And their human rights are just not at the discussion table, and this is a matter of right and wrong. So I'm hoping to appeal to your humanity and ask for your support. Thank you so much for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Savannah, then Roscoe, then Calvin. Savannah, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Savannah Kwong and I'm with DSA San Francisco. I'm here to urge you all to support HR 2590. It is an absolute necessity to support this resolution. Since the late 1940s, the US government has given over $146 billion in military aid in Israel, and also $3.8 billion annually. Even though there is a ceasefire, Israeli forces continue to raid the Al-Aqsa Mosque in East Jerusalem while carrying out other atrocities in the West Bank and Gaza. And also a CNN reporter also heard those forces brutalizing journalists and calling them liars, which is unsurprisingly like the forces we see here that are brutalizing our Black and brown neighbors. So we must put an end to their subjugation against Palestinians, and it's time to stop using our taxpayer dollars to fund ethnic cleansing. So I urge you all, especially here in San Francisco, to stop denying this brutal history, and also for the entire Democratic Party, and actually support Palestinian rights and through this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Ruskal, sorry. Then we have Kelvin, then we have Armand and Alex.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, Chair and members. My name is Roscoe Kayangyang. I'm speaking on behalf of former State Assembly member and former Assembly Chair of Aging Long-Term Care, Mariko Yamada. We're here to speak in favor of item number 8 on your agenda tonight, a resolution supporting AB 279. We would like to thank former Supervisor Jane Kim for sponsoring this resolution. AB 279 is a much needed measure to protect vulnerable seniors in this long-term care settings for non-medical necessary involuntary transfers or evictions during this pandemic. The State Department of Health has already issued 200 citations of dangerous transfers. As we speak, the residents of Sakura Immediate Care Facility in Los Angeles are being threatened with eviction without safe and healthy alternatives so that the property owners can build luxury apartments.
1 minute is now up.
We request your aye vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Kelvin, then Armand, then Alex, and Warda.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Calvin Quick. I use he, him pronouns. I'm calling in tonight to urge support for the resolution in support of HR 2590, like many others tonight. The US is complicit and has been complicit in war crimes, occupation, human rights abuses, mass evictions, and ethnic cleansing. For many decades now, we have funded this for many decades with our tax dollars and continue to do so. And in this space tonight, it's worth remembering that the Democratic Party is still no exception among US political organizations that typically stay silent on issues of Palestinian human rights. Supporting this resolution should be a bare minimum, and I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Armand, then Alex, then Warda, then Mindy. Armand, can you activate your microphone? Yeah, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, can folks hear me?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Armand Demiluski. I'm just here to speak in favor of the resolution regarding Palestinian rights and the legislation. I think it's so, as the son of refugees, I think it's so fundamentally important that we recognize like folks who have been torn from their homes and their livelihood and their safety throughout the world. Growing up in the United States, I've seen throughout my entire life how we have not treated Muslims and Arab people as equivalent or as human, and it's wrong, and we need to change that. And really sophisticated, important to say. It's just that I really urge to support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, we have Alex. Then we have Warda, then Mindy, then Samer. Alex? Can you activate your microphone?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry. Good evening, everyone. My name is Alex Saidi. I'm a member of the Swana Arab Dem Club. I'd like to urge the committee to vote yes on the resolution in support of HR 2590. Thank you, Honey, for putting this forward, and congrats again. I've been really disappointed to hear some folks call this resolution, biased or unbalanced. I imagine some of you may have been hearing that from some of your constituents. That is a false narrative, and I would urge you not to be fooled. There can be no balanced statement when the situation in Palestine is so inherently uneven, right? We're talking about a well-resourced nuclear state that is, committing well-documented human rights abuses and ethnic cleansing over decades. So, I think the intent here is to call out that fundamental power imbalance and to call out a US foreign policy that is directly supporting this kind of oppression. Our city and our party have a wonderful long history of taking important stands for justice. I think it's time for us to do that again tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Then next speaker, we have Warda, then Mindy, then Samer, then Mark. Sorry, Warda, hold on a minute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Varda Ali, and I'm here to support HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act. Our taxpayer dollars have directly funded the displacement and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians by the apartheid Israeli government. And just recently, over 250 civilians were killed, almost 2,000 injured, and 91,000 displaced by the Israeli government in the recent bombings of Gaza. And many Palestinian families are currently facing illegal displacement in neighborhoods like Sheikh Jarrah and Silwan. This is about upholding human rights, the violation of which we are directly funding. The San Francisco Democratic Party has the chance to be on the right side of history by supporting HR 2590 and taking a stand against illegal occupation, apartheid, and ethnic cleansing. Thank you.
Hi, is Cream, are you there? Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like our executive director may have gotten kicked off the call. We'll see if she pops on momentarily. Otherwise, we may have to take a break. Or actually, Jason, are you able to call? Are you able to call on folks and bring them in for public comment?
Oh, actually, I'm getting a phone call from Karima right now.
Okay, please hold. Thank you for your patience.
All right. Well, if Chair Mahogany is okay with it, I'm able to temporarily sort of take over.
Yes, please.
Okay, fantastic. All right. So it looks like next on our list is Mindy Splat. I'm going to promote you to the panelist side. Mindy, are you able to activate your microphone, please?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Hi, I'm Mindy Spat with Quit Queers for Palestine. I'm a longtime resident of Glen Park. I'm a Democratic voter. I'm Jewish, and I have got to tell you that the brutality, the lack of human rights, the constant oppression of the occupation really does not represent the best of Jewish values or any Jewish values I know of, and that the Netanyahu government really does not represent me as a Jew. I've been twice to Palestine and seen firsthand exactly what goes on there and how brutal the soldiers are. And one of the worst things I saw was a group of soldiers shooting at a 12-year-old girl. I mean, this was me right in front of it, seeing it. There was nothing to say. It was a 12-year-old girl, and they were shooting at her with their guns. Afterwards, the people I was staying with brought me the bullet casings. They said made in the US. And not only that, but most likely we gave them the money to buy the bullets. So please vote yes on the resolution.
Thank you, Mindy. We will now be heading over to, let me see if, Karima, are you with us?
Yes, sorry about this. I'm back. My whole internet shut down. Thank God I put you co-host, Jason, or the whole meeting would have collapsed. Thank you very much for taking over. So I'm gonna go next. So I have Joe, next speaker. Right. Can you hear me, Joe? I think I don't see him. Oh, yes, I see you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi, Joe Salas from Claremont, California and Southern California. I'm asking the San Francisco Democratic Party to urge the passing of House Resolution 2590. San Francisco is the original city that started Black studies at Cal State San Francisco. They were first to create a different narrative. This resolution will create a different narrative. San Francisco leads, and I appreciate you even considering this. And I urge all body members to adopt this resolution and carry it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have JT. I don't know who that is. Then we have Atim, then we have Momen, and then Tariha. Hello, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jurius Tota. I am with the San Francisco Swana Democratic Club. First of all, I just wanted to thank those of you endorsing HR 2590, the Palestinian Families and Children Act. And also, I would like to urge those that are unsure on how to vote for this to vote with your conscience to support Palestinians who have gone unaided in their struggle against settler colonialism and to turn the rhetoric of anti-racism and anti-violence into action by voting yes. Thank you for your time, everybody, and thank you for presenting this act.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Atim, then Momen, then Tariha, then Sherif. Go ahead, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to call on you to support Resolution 2590. I will speak as a professor at UC Berkeley. I have one of my students and two of the students that graduated from UC Berkeley from Al-Qawlaq family. I called one of the students, Hussam, and 22 members of his family perished in one missile attack in Gaza. So literally in 1 minute by a missile provided by the United States, 22 members of Al-Qawlaq family died and murdered really by the Israeli attack on them. There's only one survivor, 10 years old. So we had to actually rally and get support to take care of the needs of a 10-year-old Aziz, who's the only survivor right now from that family, to try to provide a housing for him and support. So it's not something is out in the distance. Two UC Berkeley graduate and one current student of UC Berkeley are directly connected to what is taking place in Gaza.
Time's up. Time's up. Thank you very much for your comment. Next speaker, we have Momen, then we have Tariha, then we have Sharif, and then we have Samara. Can you hear me? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I'd like to preface this by saying it's not anti-Semitic to criticize the country. It's actually anti-Semitic to say that the apartheid state of Israel represents all Jews. And the recent spike in anti-Semitism is horrible, but it doesn't change the fact that Israel is established through oppression and terrorism and continues to thrive through oppression and terrorism. You can do some basic research in the 1946 King David Hotel bombing and the Palestinian exodus of 1948. Israel has used its money to show this facade to its supporters and its citizens rather than what's reality. I know every Palestinian in this call can relate to the fact that growing up, we'd go to the living room and see our people in Palestine be bombed by Israel, feeling no hope that a country like America or anything else would be there to help us. So I'm hoping you guys can stand on the right side of history and support this legislation.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Tariha, then Sharif, then Samer. Hello, can you hear me? Can you activate your microphone? Tahira? So I'm gonna go to the next speaker, Sharif, and then we have Samer, and you're gonna wait with us, Tahira, until like you figure out the logistic.
Yes, can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, good evening, thank you. I am urging the board to vote in favor of resolution HR 2590. I think we have all witnessed the atrocities of the last several weeks in Palestine. However, I am at the same time encouraged by the diverse array of voices that are now demanding an end to their participation in the Israeli crimes against Palestinians. The Palestinians are entitled to the basic human rights of living free of military occupation. The Israeli military has engaged in indiscriminate violence against civilians, women, and children. As a physician and a local community member, I call on all people of conscience to stand against the campaign of ethnic cleansing currently underway. After the years that we've just had in the United States, we cannot in good faith stand against white supremacy in the United States and be quiet in the face of ethno-supremacy in the occupied territories. I believe we have an obligation to not contribute our tax dollars to these crimes. I urge us all to stand on the right side of history. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Samer Arabi.
Hi, my name is Samer Arabi. I'm a member of the Arab Resource and Organizing Center. I just want to take a second to congratulate Chairperson Mahogany and to say thank you to all of you for all of your work in solidarity for oppressed and marginalized communities, both here and around the world. But I'm here today to speak in support of the resolution supporting HR 2590. I was living in Lebanon in 2006, and I've experienced firsthand what it's like when Israel drops US manufactured bombs on heavily populated civilian areas. And I wanted to say that I loved seeing the giant Black Lives Matter banner on your website. So I really hope that today you're going to stand with Black Lives Matter, who have condemned Israeli aggression against the Palestinian people, not only because it's the right thing to do, not only because it's an absurd use of our tax dollars to give a nuclear superpower more weapons to commit war crimes, but also because the same oppression inflicted on Palestinians in Palestine is then used by the Israeli military to train police oppression here in the US. This affects us all in so many ways, and I thank you for your courage in adopting this resolution and for standing on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Bivet Zenchaid. Bivet, can you hear me?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Hi, my name is Tahira Dean.
Hold on, Tahira. I brought someone else. Can you wait until you go next? Okay.
Yes, no worries, no
Great.
worries.
Thank you.
Hi, hi, my name is Bavette Brackett, and I want to congratulate Honey Mahogany on becoming the new chair of the party. Congratulations. I know that was no easy feat, and you've led with compassion and leadership, as everyone else has said today. I also wanted to call in to support also the measure to stand in support of our Palestinian brothers and sisters. And lastly, I'd like to support Gloria Berry's resolution to condemn the Republican-backed recall efforts, which have sprung up across the state. While we have heard from previous callers that their claim is that this group is led by parents, they're not being honest, considering there are now 2 recall groups who broke away from the original group against the BOE. It is clear that some families were duped into false narratives about progressive leaders to push their own political agendas. And thankfully, the majority of San Francisco Unified School District parents and students do not support this recall, which is why there's not even enough signatures that they've been able to collect, despite them keep reclaiming that they have hundreds of volunteers. These recall efforts are a waste of taxpayer dollars and an affront to our democracy. As elected members of a Democratic Party, our bylaws state that you cannot endorse Republican-led candidates or political activities.
Thank you for your comment. Next, Tahira, you next.
Yes, oh, thank you so much. My name is Tahira Dean. I was previously a resident of SF, and now I am in Oakland. I'm an attorney. I'm a Black American Muslim, and I just am calling in to support HR 2590. This is an amazing bill that we need to support. And, we just need to stand up once again for human rights and justices. As someone from, in the Bay Area, we all have supported Black lives in the last year. And this is just another case in parallel of protecting human rights, protecting those that are marginalized and disenfranchised and oppressed. And it's in line with what we have, done as a community here in the Bay Area. So I just advocate support for this and hope that you guys do as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Shahid Butta, then we have Wadi, then Sin and Habib.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. First, congratulations to the DCCC on your new leadership. I'm very excited about Honey and your new role in the DCCC. I want to speak on 3 items quickly. First, item 9. The spousal rape distinction is authoritarian. It is abhorrent. It is, frankly, an object of some shame that our state fairly uniquely still maintains this distinction. So I urge the body to support the resolution to repeal it. I want to particularly just shout out and praise Chesa for the leadership role that he's played, not only on that issue, but a whole range of decarceration initiatives. And in that vein, support in item 10, Gloria Berry's proposed resolution to condemn the recall campaigns. Whether they're led by Republicans or Democrats, they all reflect a conservative counterattack on the progressive sensibilities of a community that is proudly committed to our values of inclusion. Finally, item 12, the HR 2590, frankly, it's weak sauce as long as this city continues to send to Washington an architect of military industrial corruption. The very least you could do is support the resolution to support HR 2590. I would like to see this city show up for its principles in more than just performative ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have Wadi. Wally, can you hear me?
Can
Go
you
ahead.
hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Wadi and I am with the Swana Democratic Club. I also represent the Yemeni community in the city of San Francisco. I'm calling in tonight to support the Palestinian, the resolution 2590, because oppression is wrong wherever it occurs. We should stand for the Palestinians' rights and their life should be respected and dignified. And I also finally want to note Nelson Mandela's famous quote. He said, "We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians." I urge you to support the resolution and vote for the notion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Sean, then Abib, then Virginia.
Hi, am I coming through okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sean Jacobson, and I am calling in support of resolution HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act. As a Jewish American, I grew up often hearing the phrase "never again," said in reference to the horrors of the Holocaust. To me, this phrase doesn't mean never again only for Jews, but never again should there be persecution against any group. Israel implements, or the way Israel implements apartheid and ethnic cleansing against the Palestinian people is horrific and unjust, and I am ashamed as an American that my tax dollars have been used to commit these terrors. I urge you to vote affirmatively, not only because it is the moral choice and the just choice, but because passing this resolution will be making the choice to stand on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Next speaker, we have Abid, then we have Virginia, then we have Awadallah, and then we have Austin.
Hello, does everybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. My name is Abdurrahman. My family is originally from Palestine, and sorry, my voice is a little gone from all the protesting, but we were victims of the 1948 catastrophe, the Nakba, in which the ethnic cleansing campaign happened against the Palestinian people. And since then, my family was moved to Lebanon and Syria, and I was born and raised here in the Bay Area. In 2006, actually, I was visiting my family in Lebanon when the war broke out, and just reflecting on that, it's crazy to think that our tax dollars are being used to just bomb kindergartens and grocery stores and innocent people in refugee camps, and I just don't think that that's a good use of our money or our tax dollars. And so I urge you all to support this resolution for Palestine. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Virginia Marshall.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Good evening, everyone. I'm Virginia Marshall, a longtime educator here in the city. I'm calling to support Commissioner Gloria Berry's resolution that we do away with the recall efforts for the school board, for the district attorney and the governor, all very divisive, waste of taxpayer dollars. So I hope that you will support her resolution. And I also want to support the effort of the resolution about rape. Rape is rape, whether you're married, whether you're unmarried, you don't give consent, it is rape. So I hope that we support all the victims who are in California who need our help tonight. And I also want to support the resolution for Palestine. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Awadallah, then we have Austin, then we have Ron, and then we have Fabiola.
Hi.
Hi, go ahead.
My name is Awadala. I'm the resident of San Francisco, and I also own a small business in San Francisco. I am active member of Outer Sunset Merchant and Professional Association. I'm actually the vice president of that association. I want to say that I am in support of the HR 2590. As Palestinian and San Franciscan, I call on our Democratic Party to be an example of in front of all big cities in California and in the United States, have a stand behind what is right and just for the Palestinians who have no voice in the world, and they have been living in horrible conditions for over 70 years. Please vote yes on the and congratulations to Chairman Hogman. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Austin. Then we have Ron, Fabiola, and Fosia. Austin? Austin Tam?
Okay, oh, sorry, can you hear? I'm sorry. Hi, my name is Austin Tam. As a member of the Alameda County Democratic Central Committee, I urge all of you to vote for HR 2590. It is time that this bill gets passed. And also, we've been paying tax dollars. Blood is on our hands, and through this illegal occupation, we need to stop crying wolf, and also we need to stop with the double standards and call it what it is: for is genocide, ethnic cleansing, and to oppose Zionism. And congratulations, Honey Mahogany and Gloria Berry. I love you, Kafia. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Ron, then Fabiola, then Fosia, and then Charlie. Sorry, Ron, we're gonna try this again.
Yeah, hi there. Thank you. My name is Ron Dudum. I've been a longtime activist in the Democratic Party in San Francisco, delegate to the National Convention 1988 for Jesse Jackson, and a whole bunch of other stuff. I'm really encouraged by all of the conversation in favor of Resolution 2590, but I'm reminded that almost 40 years ago, the San Francisco Democratic Party Central Committee took a vote on Proposition W, which called for supporting a two-state solution. And everyone voted against it, including the representatives of all the electeds, except for one person, Simeon White. And so I'm hoping that the support for this resolution is not just from the people that are calling in, but from the actual people that are there, that have the seats, that have the responsibility to vote what's right. San Francisco needs to be on the right side, and the only vote on this issue was 40 years ago when this body rejected a compromise to this two-state solution. That clearly isn't happening. It is incumbent on the people that are going to vote on this to stand up and be counted. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, we have Fabiola, then Fosia, then Charlie, and Iman.
Hello, my name is Fabiola. I'm calling from Kern County. I would just like to echo the calls made by everyone calling in support of HR 2590. Our tax dollars should be used for education, housing, and healthcare, not to indiscriminately terrorize Indigenous communities without any regard for humanity. As someone who attends our Democratic Central Committee meetings here in my local county, I'm really counting on you all to give us some hope and support this resolution. We're counting on this president and hope that you act in a justice-minded way so that we can point to your leadership as an example for how we would like to be here in my county. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Next speaker, we have Fosia, then we have Charlie, then Iman, then Umaya. Can you hear me? Pasia? Can you activate your microphone?
Yes.
Good. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Fazia Rizvi, and I'm a part of the Riverside County Central Committee, and I'm here to urge you to pass a resolution to support HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act, just to protect the human rights of Palestinians living under Israeli military occupation and to ensure that United States taxpayers' funds are not used by the government of Israel to support the military detention of Palestinians, the unlawful seizure, appropriation, and destruction of Palestinian property, and forcible transfer of civilians in the West Bank, or further annexation of Palestinian land in violation of international law. I really thank you for listening to us and support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Charlie, then Iman, then Umaya, then Melanie. Charlie, can you hear me? Can you activate your microphone?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Charlie. I've been born and raised in San Francisco, Democrat, and went to school in Lincoln and San Francisco State University. And I urge you to vote for HR 2590. Over the years, you know, Palestinians were tired of seeing Israel get away with murder over and over again. Even the U.S. service members on the USS Liberty, and nobody ever talks about it. And Israel has changed the whole demographic and the whole way the country of Palestine is. I remember my grandma told me stories about living side by side with Jews and Muslims and as Christian Palestinians. You know, this is not an issue of Jewish hate or anything like that. It's an issue of human rights. And I do look forward to seeing the Democrats more and more supporting the Palestinian cause and understanding the reality of what's going on, and understand that
time is now up.
Changing.
Time is up, Charlie.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Iman, then Umaya, then Melanie, then Vanessa.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Iman, and I'm a member of American Muslims for Palestine's Bay Area chapter. I'm a Palestinian American and the daughter and granddaughter of Palestinians displaced by the Israeli occupation, and I'm calling today to ask that you support the resolution for HR 2590. In recent weeks, we've seen that Israel's occupying forces have escalated their attacks against Palestinians in Jerusalem, in Gaza, and those who live within historic Palestine. And the Palestinian Ministry of Health has reported that when it comes to the mental health of people living in Gaza, the concept of PTSD doesn't even apply because there is no post. They're constantly undergoing trauma due to the Israeli siege on Gaza and due to military aggression that's funded by our tax dollars. And the violent actions of the Israeli occupation forces and Israeli settlers are clear examples of ethnic cleansing and state-sanctioned terror enabled by an apartheid government that's funded by our tax dollars. And so we must take action to ensure that our tax dollars are not being used to fund Israel's illegal actions and the killing of innocent civilians. So please vote yes on the resolution for HR 2590. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Umaya, then Melanie, then Vanessa.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
I'm calling in support of HR 2590. Just to note, like many have said, there are tens of thousands of Palestinians in the Bay Area, many of whom are from Gaza and Jerusalem. And this isn't an abstract issue. There are hundreds of families in the Bay Area who have lost dozens of family members in the recent assault and who have had their homes bombed. So this issue affects Palestinian families in the Bay Area. That is it.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Melanie, then Vanessa, then Daniel.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
I'm here to speak in favor of HR 2590. The U.S. gives Israel $3.8 billion every year in funding, and that is our tax dollars funding genocide and apartheid. Palestinian Muslims have been attacked during prayer by Israeli occupation forces at Al-Aqsa Mosque during the holy month of Ramadan. I've seen videos of tech being used to hurt Palestinians in horrifying ways, and I'm sure we will be soon seeing this tech at protests here in the U.S. You see many police departments send their police to train in Israel, the same police that then come back and kill Black and brown people in the U.S. Palestinians in Gaza just endured another war in which more than 250 Palestinians were martyred, 1,900 wounded, and around or over 90,000 displaced. Since the ceasefire, quote unquote, Israel has shot at fishermen in the Gaza Sea, attacked Al-Aqsa Mosque again, continued to besiege Sheikh Jarrah and Silwan, and has committed to mass arresting Palestinians. I am here out of love for my Palestinian sisters and brothers globally. We should all be standing on the right side of history because our struggles for liberation are more interconnected
Time's
than
up, Melanie.
Thank
Thank you very much for your comment. Next speaker, we have Danielle, then Venicia. Danielle, then Venicia, then Eyada. Danielle?
Oh, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, members of the Central Committee. I am Daniel Gall, a Jewish American speaking in support of the resolution in support of HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act. As a Jewish person, I am horrified by the crimes against humanity being committed in my name by the apartheid state of Israel, funded by aid from us. All credible human rights organizations have confirmed that Israel is persecuting Palestinians. It is objective fact. In the last weeks alone, hundreds of Palestinians, dozens of them children, have been killed and thousands more are displaced. But despite the ceasefire, the violence has not stopped as Israel continues to demolish homes at gunpoint and indefinitely detain Palestinians, many of them children. HR 2590 will save lives. We can't remain silent. It is a moral imperative that our party stand up and say not $1 more goes towards displacement, state-sponsored terrorism, and apartheid. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Venicia. Venicia, are you here?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, buenas noches, everyone. Good evening. My name is Venecia Margarita. I am co-president of the San Francisco Latinx Democratic Club. And I'm calling, first of all, I'm going to evoke my presidential privileges as a co-president of the Latinx Democratic Club. I'll try and be as fast as I can. And I want to, first of all, congratulate Vice Chair of the California Democratic Party, David Campos, and also congratulations to San Francisco Chair Honey Mahogany, and also congratulations to Karima for all of your work. Thank you for all of the work that you're doing. You're doing amazing. I'm calling in support of two resolutions. Again, I'll be as quick as possible. The first resolution is in support of the resolution condemning the recall of Governor Newsom, District Attorney Chesa Boudin, and the San Francisco School Board Commissioners. None of these candidates have committed any crimes or abuse of their powers. These recalls are disgusting, and they're being done by extremely conservative people. I want to, this is a waste of time and of taxpayer dollars. And thank you, Commissioner Gloria Berry, for bringing this forward. The next reason I'm calling is in support of Resolution HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act. And I'm asking that the members of the DCCC vote yes on this resolution. As we all know, injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. As we stand for human rights and justice at home, we must also stand for human rights and justice in Palestine. The Palestinian death toll is currently 248 and continues to rise. There's been more than 1,900 wounded and over 90,000 Palestinians that have been left homeless and displaced. I have had the privilege of being in Palestine at the age of 15 years old. 29 years later, and it appears that things have changed for the worse. I don't even know if my friends and loved ones over there are alive. As a social change agent, as a human rights activist, it is very difficult to go to sleep in peace, knowing that my fellow brothers and sisters and their children are being bombed and living in fear. Although there's a ceasefire now, the children and families will have to live with the trauma they've experienced for the rest of their lives. We cannot remain silent. We must speak up as citizens of the United States and as members of the San Francisco Democratic Party. We must make it clear that our tax dollars will not be utilized to fund war, crimes, violate human rights, and be used towards the demolition of Palestinian homes and schools. Thank you so much, everyone, y buenas noches. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have Edaya, then we have Cliff and Jihad.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm a Palestinian student in the Bay Area, and I urge all to vote yes on HR 2590 because if you do not, you all would be aiding the war crimes and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians by the apartheid state of Israel. If you can go to sleep knowing your tax dollars funded the murder of Siraj Ayad, 8 years old, Basim Khawara, 13 years old, Muhammad Ashura, 15 years old, Musa Habib, 16 years old, Ahmed Mahdi, 16 years old, Muhammad Malakhiya, 1.5 years old, Muhammad Nawasara, 4 years old, Maryam Mahmoud, 11 years old, and Yasmin Muhammad, 4 years old. These were only 9 names of the 68 children murdered. When I visited my home in Palestine, I was held at gunpoint by an Israeli soldier guarding the wall that surrounded my town. I was 15, and their reasoning for holding a rifle at my head is I got too close to the wall. We are not given a chance at life. Again, the US funds the genocide of Palestinians. We are not at war. It is a conflict. It is not a conflict. I hope you all understand the severity of the HR 2590 Act and vote yes.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next speaker, we have Cliff, then Jihad, then Mark, then Jeffrey, then Ali. Cliff?
Hi, thank you. My name is Cliff Barger. I'm on Caltrain right now, so hopefully it won't get too noisy as we're leaving Millbrae. I'm an American Jew. I'm calling about item 12. Almost exactly 10 years ago, I landed at Ben Gurion Airport on my birthright trip. It was incredibly powerful to visit Jerusalem as a Jew from the United States whose ancestors were displaced. And it absolutely breaks my heart that the state of Israel is displacing Palestinians from Sheikh Jarrah and other lands in the name of Jews everywhere and using American tax dollars. I'm calling in support of item 12, and I hope you'll pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Jihad, then we have, give me a minute. I'll bring you on, Jihad. Then we have Mark, then we have Jeffrey, Ali, and Samena.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. Okay, well, a few things here. I guess I first will start with congratulating David, Honey, and Karima for the transition. Really amazing stuff. Excited to see the year ahead. And I'd like to speak up about a couple of things, maybe 3. First, definitely in support of the resolution to repeal the spouse rape distinction. Rape is rape. So I think California needs to really update that. The second issue that I'd like to talk about is the Palestinian resolution, HR 2590. The one thing I just want to get across is, as we all know, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. It's not only that our tax dollars go to Israel. These tax dollars are used to purchase weapons manufactured in the United States. And so you can see the circular flow of money and transfer of wealth from the American taxpayer through an injustice-based apartheid system back to American weapons manufacturing. Okay, yeah. Anyway, I think it's incumbent for all of us to basically stand for the justice of Palestinians because it affects us here at home as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Mark, then Jeffrey, then Ali.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. So I'm Mark, I'm a San Francisco resident, and I want to highlight my concern that agenda item 10, the resolution condemning recalls, is conflating three very different recalls. And I'm really concerned with some of the language used. Totally against the recall efforts for Governor Newsom and the DA. They're engineered clearly by Republicans to cause as much damage as possible. But the recall of the SFUSD board members is not the same. I've always been a strong supporter of the Democrat Party, but more importantly, I'm a parent with kids in San Francisco schools. My son, who started public high school last fall, has yet to spend a single hour in a physical classroom. So I'm beyond furious, and like tens of thousands of other parents, I want to see the situation resolved now. We can't afford to wait until the next election. And there's clearly a campaign to misrepresent us. The comments earlier proved that. But those of us campaigning for the recall of the school board are not Republicans, we're not super rich VCs. The majority of us are progressive Democrat supporters. We're normal people, but above all, we're parents who've had enough of the politicking of our kids' futures. So the news on the chair of the DCC earlier was awesome.
Time is
The other
elapsed.
resolutions
1
you're
minute is
supporting,
now up.
fantastic. So please don't burn political goodwill
Time is now
by
up.
attacking large numbers of your own supporters through this divisive resolution.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Jeffrey, then Ali, then Samena. Jeffrey, can you activate your microphone?
Oh, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
First, I want to congratulate Honey Mahogany for being the chair of SFDCCC. I'm here to urge you guys all to support and vote yes on the resolution support of HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Family Act. Racism is wrong wherever it occurs. As we stand against injustice facing our communities today, we should also stand for Palestinian human rights. Our tax dollars should not be funded for war crimes, violate human rights, or demolish people's homes. Please support our Palestinian brothers and sisters by passing this resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Ali, then Tamina, then Mohammed. Ali? Yeah.
Hi, I'm Ali Saker. Whether it be through recognizing our talented transgender leaders or through standing up for Palestine, to truly represent San Francisco is to stand for justice. Weeks before Israel's recent killing spree, Human Rights Watch reported that Israel is an apartheid state due to its treatment of Palestinians. Unfortunately, the world ignored. In 1948, when my family experienced its second ethnic cleansing, the first being the Turkish massacre of Armenia, which they survived by getting refuge in Palestine, the world unfortunately ignored. But things are changing. Whether it be the humongous protest that was in the Mission a couple weeks ago, or the shift in Biden's stance on ceasefire, things are changing. So please, let's be leaders, and please vote yes on the support of HR 2590.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Samina, then we have Mohammed, Megan, and Mary.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Samina Usman. I am a DNC delegate as well as an ADEM delegate, and I am speaking in strong support of HR 2590. Honestly, I think that this resolution or this bill is a no-brainer because, it supports Palestinian children from being thrown into detention camps, and it is saying that our tax dollars should not be going towards this. It should not be going towards the atrocities that are occurring to the Palestinian people on the daily. We're hearing about this only now because of the recent, terrible bombings in Gaza, and of course, what's been happening in the occupied territories. But this is a consistent behavior and consistent action that's been happening by the Israeli government against innocent Palestinian civilians. Enough is enough. enough. Our country should not be supporting this. Our tax dollars should not be going to this, when our tax dollars should be going to have clean water in Flint or in Native American land. We are sitting on stolen land.
Alina, time's
and
up. Thank you. Next speaker, we have Mohammed Ali, then we have Megan, then we have Mary. Mohammed, let's try again. Can you activate your microphone?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Mohammed Shafkat. I'm a concerned citizen. I live out in Modesto, and I would like to urge this committee to support the HR 2590 resolution. I'm strongly against sending any kind of aid to any country that is usurping, basic human rights and liberties that every human deserves, irrespective of where they are, what they practice. We cannot, in good conscience, enjoy, the basic liberties that we as Americans take for granted, such as living in safety and not having to live in the fear of being thrown out of our own homes or our children being killed. We cannot turn a blind eye to this issue. If we do, then we're complicit to the human rights abuses that are happening daily in the area under the guise of religion or self-defense. Thank you for the platform to speak.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, we have Megan, then we have Mary, Alina, Rhonda, and Sarah. Megan? Oh, sorry. Oh my God. Go ahead, Megan. I'll let you activate your microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Megan, and I'm a Black woman in San Francisco, and I'd like to implore each of you to support HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act. The liberation of Black people in this country from oppression and state-sanctioned violence is directly tied to the liberation of Palestinians. If you believe that Black lives matter, if you believe that we should no longer suffocate under oppressive and unjust state-sanctioned violence, then please support HR 2590 to make it known that you do not support the genocide and state-sanctioned violence that the US is funding against Palestinians. We are not free until Palestinians are free. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Mary, then Alina, then Rhonda, and Sarah. Mary? Can you activate your microphone?
Yes. My name is Mary Leatherman. Please adopt resolution number 10, condemning the recall efforts. The cost to the state is about $400 million. I cannot find anywhere the cost to San Francisco for the local recalls, but I'm estimating it's at least $50 million. These are elected positions. They were determined at the ballot box, and they should continue to be determined at the ballot box. And I also recommend adopting 11 and 12. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Next speaker, we have Alina.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Excellent, thank you. Hi, everyone. Again, congratulations, Honey Mahogany. I'm looking forward for your to your leadership, and I'm going to speak specifically about HR 2590. As the chair of the AFSCME Local 3930 Human and Civil Rights Coalition Council, and also someone who suffered from occupation, I'm an Afghan. I know exactly what the Palestinians are going through. When someone says ceasefire, they don't mean ceasefire for your stability. They mean ceasefire so they can, get that gun up and put some more ammunition to attack you furthermore. This bill is very important because we want to hold people accountable. I'm sick and tired of hearing people saying that they don't have funds for Medicare. They don't have funds to remove our student debt. They don't have funds for human rights over here in California particularly, and the United States itself. But they have so much funds, not only funneling towards the war crimes committed by the US, but also for the friends of US committing war crimes, whether it's in Yemen, Palestine, anywhere. We need to put our foot down at some point. And we need to make sure these funds are being sent back to the people who work day and night, not one job, not two jobs, 3 jobs. Every day they're working very hard, and our fund, and we're funding illegal wars. It belongs in our pockets. It belongs in our communities, not overseas. So I urge you to vote on HR 2590. Thank you very much. And again, congratulations.
Thumbs up. Thank you very much. Next speaker, we have Rhonda, then Sarah, then Mark and Talia.
Hi, I'm a Palestinian American, and I'm here in support of HR 2950. I speak acknowledging that I have the privilege of being born in the safety of the Bay Area, never having faced the brutality my grandparents faced as they were forcibly expelled from their homes. I speak knowing that I have the freedom to go to school without worrying about bombs, without worrying about forced evictions, without facing mass arrests for peacefully protesting or voicing opposition to the government that's oppressing me. I urge you to condemn the acts of Israel as they do not reflect humanitarian or democratic values. This is not an Arab-Jewish issue, as Jews around the world have united with Arabs and Palestinians against the crimes that Israel is committing. Israel's own human rights organization, B'Tselem, has even acknowledged their crimes against the Palestinian people and stated what it is: apartheid. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Sarah, then Mark, then Talia. Sarah? Sarah, you can activate your microphone.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I'm a member of the Gender and Racial Equity Committee in the Democratic Party in San Diego, and I'm here to voice my vote for HR 2590. And I echo everybody else that has been in support of this resolution. Enough is enough. Our tax dollars are supporting apartheid and injustice, and I am so proud of all of my brothers and sisters here in humanity, including my Jewish brothers and sisters, for speaking up against this great injustice and for clarifying that this is not an anti-Semitic approach or a vote. You know, we respect all religions, we respect all faiths, and we respect all people of any orientation, of any religion, including the Palestinians. So I'm so happy to see a lot of people clarifying this and not playing into the language of anti-Semitism and so forth. So I urge all of you to vote for HR 2590. And
Time's up. Thank you, Sarah. Next speaker, we have Mark, then Talia, then Amina. Mark?
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Mark Schulte. I'm a proud San Francisco resident and an attorney for children and families. I wanted to voice support for the resolution in support of HR 2590. Over the past couple of weeks, I've seen such an incredible outpouring of support among the people of this city for the rights of Palestinians abroad. And I think adoption of this resolution would be such a critical step forward for the party and for the concerns of the people it represents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Talia. Talia, can you hear me?
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Talia. I am a law student and community advocate with the Arab Resources and Organizing Center. I am excited to join the chorus of voices that are calling on all of you to vote in favor of passing the resolution in support of HR 2590. The reason for me is super clear. As an American, my parents' tax dollars and now my tax dollars for the past 5 years has been funding the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. And it's not just my tax dollars, it's your tax dollars, Peter, and yours, Karima, and yours, right? It's every single one of ours. And so I think for that reason, because we are so invested in this murder, we need to start divesting and pulling our money out of funding these atrocities. So I urge all of you to pass this resolution, and I thank you for listening so intently to all of us. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Amina Mari. I don't know if it's the same person, Mari, but I'm going to bring you on after anyway, just to check. And then after
Hi.
Michael. Hey, Amina.
Yeah, my name's Amina Judah. I'm a member of the Swana Dem Club and a Palestinian resident of San Francisco. I could tell you my entire family's personal experiences with Israel's violation of human rights, going even further back than when my father walked from Palestine to Jordan in 1967 at 7 years old under threat of death by Zionist militias. But Palestinian suffering continues to this day. I'm here to ask you all to vote yes on Resolution 12 in support of HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act. Not one more Palestinian family should mourn another death at the hands of Israel. Not one more Palestinian family should have their homes stolen from them. There is no reason for US funds to go towards the very well-documented violations of human rights by Israel. Palestine can no longer be the exception to your belief in human rights. Palestinians should not be fighting for you to care about whether or not we receive justice, but we are. And since we are, I'm again asking that you vote yes on the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Marie, then Michael, then Hani, then SFUSD parents. Mary, I think you already did a comment.
Hello?
Yeah.
I have not done a comment for, I did one for,
Oh, yes.
it was
yes.
separate, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, so my name is Madi. I'm here and I wanted to talk in support of Gloria Berry's legislation about no recalls, period, for any of our elected officials. I want to be very clear. There was a comment earlier that said that the recalls were all different. Some were Republicans, some were not. I want to be very clear that the SF Recall School Board group, the leaders of that group actually have been on Glenn Beck's TV show and got interviewed, which is the Republican media, which is also Trumpism. So I also want to be, so you all really know that. I also want to be clear that nobody who, Chesa, none of the school board members, no one has committed a crime. Right. And so that's when you do things like recalls, when like a huge crime has been committed. So no one's committed a crime. So I hope this DCCC says no to all recalls. Also, I do have a quick question. I'm very confused about DCCC members who are advocating a recall currently right now against Chesa and who've been very public about that in the media that I've seen. I've seen their picture being taken and everything and have endorsed. And maybe I'm wrong, but I've seen that and you all know who you are. I also support Palestine and also rape is rape. Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Mary. Next speaker, we have Michael, then Hani, then SFUSD parents. Michael?
My name is Mike Chen, and I'm speaking in support of the Palestinian resolution. My mom immigrated from Korea back in the 70s, in search of a better life and away from a, repressive government that, made people in fear of their life. I think I see similar things with the Palestinians where, they see threats to their life, to their property, restrictions on their freedom of movement, on their economic opportunity. And I think, and I hope that, the US government, in its relationship with the government of Israel can speak up and make sure that, that we speak up for people from being repressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Anis. I'm sorry if I don't pronounce your name correctly. then SFUSD parent, then Gassem, then Marianne, and then Shanti. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Karima, and my heartfelt congratulations to Vice Chair Campos and newly elected Chair Hani Mahogany. My name is Hania Jodat Barnes, and I'm the president and co-founder of Muslim Delegates and Allies, state and national delegate, and the national director of Progressive Democrats of America Middle East Alliances. As it currently stands, Israel is in violation of 28 international laws under the 4th Geneva Convention. All facts. On May 21st, Secretary Blinken approved a $735 million of our tax dollars for Israel to access joint direct attack munitions, small diameter bombs, 2 kinds of laser guided munitions reportedly used for attacks in Gaza. Also facts. As a woman, as a feminist, I'm asking you today to stand in solidarity with every mother in Palestine who's had to bury their children by these weapons or from these weapons. I'm here urging this committee to support HR 2590, oppose funding apartheid, and urge these funds to help our Black and Brown communities suffocating under systemic oppression in our own backyard. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, SFUSD parent. Now, then Gassem, then Marianne, then Shanti, then Julian.
Hi there, my name's Renee. I'm calling with a correction on the recall resolution since the first 2 paragraphs have mistakes and no one wants the SFDCCC to pass an error resolution. Regarding paragraph 1, you need to amend to split out the school board recall and then amend your laundry list of supporters to include SFUSD parents, because SFUSD parents, Democrats, are driving and supporting the campaign to remove Commissioner Collins, who this very body previously censored. Now, prior callers want to fearmonger about Republicans under the bed. They're being dishonest by omission. Also, I've checked the guidelines. There's nothing that says that a person has to have committed a crime for a recall. This is a democratic process. It is the people's veto. The resolution is ridiculous, but if you're going to move to pass it, at least be honest and at least include SFUSD parents among the list of supporters. You must amend it to detail who exactly it is that you're voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Gassem, then Marianne, then Shanti, then Julian, then Brandy. Can you activate your microphone, Gassem? Can you hear me? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I muted you. Go ahead.
In short, I'm here to support the resolution, passing the resolution of the 2590. Further, this is at least we can support the Palestinian people against the basically apartheid regime of Israel. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for your comment. Then we have Marianne. So Marianne, Shanti, Julian, Brandy, and Widad. Marianne?
Hello?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Marianne. I am a proud resident of the Tenderloin, and I'm here to speak in support of HR 2590. At this point, I really don't think there is any legitimate question that Israel is actively committing human rights abuses against Palestinians, and that their sustainability to do so is a direct consequence of our US tax dollars being funneled into this settler colonial project. I'm Korean American, and Japan's occupation of Korea ended like 75 years ago, but the legacy of intergenerational trauma resulting from that occupation continues to inform my own moral compass, particularly with respect to standing with people who face ongoing oppression and occupation and displacement and brutalization.
Perhaps 1 minute.
So I guess I would just reiterate that we have an opportunity to be on the right side of history and the right side of humanity by endorsing HB 2590. Thanks.
Thank you, Marianne. Next speaker, we have Shanti, then Julian, then Brandy, then Widad.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi everyone, Shanti Singh here, asking you to please support both Member Berry's resolution against frivolous recalls and the resolution for Palestine. Recall should be, in theory, a powerful tool of public accountability, but it's become really clear that it's weaponized as a tool for rich and powerful people who lose elections to waste time and money trying to get their way. And for Palestine, something like 95% of the community supports recognizing Palestine as a state except us. We know that the same police brutality, the same tactics used to maim, assault, and kill Black and brown folks and protesters here used against Palestinians. The rising fascism that we witness in America and in San Francisco and the whole is imperialism turned inward. I organize tenants. Eviction here is eviction there, and our struggles are connected. It's really appalling that progressive except for Palestine is such a common catchphrase. So let's prove that San Francisco is just progressive, period, full stop. And again, congratulations, Chair Mahogany.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Julian, then we have Brandy, then Widad, then Ismaya, Yaman, Faisal, and last speaker, Austin Tem.
Hi, everybody. First, congratulations to Vice Chair Campos and Chair Mahogany. This is Julian LaRosa. I just wanted to speak in favor of the resolution supporting HR 2590. I believe that the Democratic Party, whether it's San Francisco, California, national, cannot condemn or can't in good faith condemn police brutality and nationalism domestically, and at the same time be directly complicit in a violent nationalist regime as it carries out genocide against Palestinian civilians. MLK cited or outlined the differences between a negative peace and a positive peace. We cannot have, like, a ceasefire is not a true peace. For true peace, you need a just resolution. And to do that, you need to recognize the rights and humanity of the oppressed populations. And so for any path to peace, we have to begin with supporting this resolution, take a historic stand against oppression. And yes, thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Next speaker, we have Brandy. Then we have Widad, Ismaya, Faisal, Austin, Nadia, and Moment. You can activate your microphone, Brandy.
Okay. Certainly. Hi, everyone. My name is Brandy Markman. I serve as co-chair of San Francisco Bernie-Crats. I am also a public school parent, and I'll be speaking about a couple of things. First and foremost, San Francisco Bernie-Crats supports fully HR 2590, Justice for Palestinian Children and Families. And thank you to everyone who came out to organize for this. Secondly, our club supports the resolution opposing the recalls when the recall board of a tech multimillionaire couple who just moved to San Francisco in January of this year go on Trump insurrectionist Glenn Beck's show to whip up right-wing hatred against our school board. It sends a message, and we ask this body to send a clear and unanimous message that campaigns that seek support from insurrectionists have no place in our city. This campaign has also hired Republican fixer Jim Sutton as their attorney, who also took money from Jewel on Prop C. You must, as the body, for the sake of democracy, send a strong, unanimous message to the nation that San Franciscans believe in having democratic elections, not recalls to decide who will serve in public office. And I am a public school parent. I'm very much against this recall. And just keep in mind also, when you have parents calling in that say they speak for all parents, they often don't. And also finally, congratulations to Hani Mahogany and David Campos on your new leadership roles. San Francisco Bernie-Crats is excited to work with and support both of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Widad, then Ismahan, then Widad. Let's try again. Good, I think you're with us. Can you, yeah, go ahead.
Good, thank you. My name is Widad Shlota. I'm an Assembly District 78 in San Diego, and I am here in support of HR 2590. it's really not complicated. It's very simple to vote for it. The hostilities unfolding in Israel-Palestine derive most fundamentally from the annexation of Israel of Palestinian land, the 54-year military rule by Israel over Palestinians in the West Bank, and the third-class status of Palestinians in Israel, affirmed again in 2018 with passage of the country's nation state law that explicitly privileges Jews over non-Jews. However, what Biden and his Israeli counterparts are justifying when they proclaim Israelis' right of self-defense is the destructive bombardment of the Gaza Strip by the Jewish state. For the past 14 years, Israel has imposed
Time is now elapsed. Now
control, goods,
Time's
and
up with that. Thank
entering
you.
and exiting the territory. Please, I urge you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mahan. Then we have Yaman. Then we have Faisal. Then we have Austin, Nadia.
Good evening now. My name is Mahan Abdullahi, and I'm urging you all to adopt this resolution in support of HR 2590. As a Black Muslim refugee woman, I know full well that the Black movement for liberation is inextricably connected to the Palestinian movement for liberation. Our inner cities are suffering from lack of investment. Flint, Michigan has a water crisis that has yet to be fully dealt with. Student debt remains a critical issue impacting our economic growth as a country, and our national infrastructure is deteriorating and needs investment. Yet we are investing billions of dollars in military aid to fund an occupation and the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. I am urging everyone here to support this resolution, and I will end with a quote from Miles Horton: "There can be no such thing as neutrality. It's a code word for the existing system. It has nothing to do with anything but agreeing to what is and will always be. Neutrality is just following the crowd. Neutrality is just being what the system asks us to be. It is, to me, a refusal to oppose injustice or take sides."
Elapsed. Speaking time is now over.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Yaman, then Faisal, then Austin, Nadia, Momen, and last speaker, Andrea.
Good evening. My name is Yaman. I'm here to speak in support of the resolution expressing support for the Palestinian people and their human rights. I am an attorney in San Francisco and a resident of District 2. I'm also a board member of the Asian Law Caucus, although I'm here speaking as an individual. As we have heard from so many moving voices today, from people who've been directly impacted by displacement, by discrimination, and by violence, as we've heard from the diverse coalition of voices today, it's important for us to speak up in support of the Palestinian people. Silence in the face of human rights violations, just as silence in the face of civil rights violations, leads to more. It leads to worse and worse conduct. And so it's important for us to take a stand today. I'm also here to speak in support of DA Chesa Boudin and his criminal justice reform platform. So I ask the board to support the resolution condemning the recall efforts, which will lead to more mass incarceration and harm and suffering, particularly in communities of color that suffer the brunt of the racist and discriminatory system in place today. Thank you.
It has elapsed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Faisal. Then we have Austin Tem. I don't know if it's the same person that already spoke, but if it is, you cannot do a second comments. If it's not, you can. So, Faisal?
Hello?
Hello, Faisal, go ahead.
Yep. Hi, my name is Faisal Sheikh, and I'm calling in to show support of resolution HR 2590. As a recent graduate, and someone new to the workforce, it's hard to take pride and joy in my work, knowing my tax dollars are used to fuel apartheid. As someone who also shares a close relationship with Palestinian Americans, it's hard to see what they're going through and how they must be feeling right now. No one should have to fight for basic human rights. I can only imagine what those on the ground in Palestine must be going through, and it's time we stop being progressive except for Palestine. I urge you all to please vote in favor of HR 2590. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Austin. Austin 10.
Sorry, real quick. I'm supportive of Gloria Berry's resolutions to oppose the recall. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Nadia. Then we have Momeni Lee. Then we have Andrea, Beshara, and Zoe.
Hi.
Nadia?
Hi, sorry. Hi, everyone. My name is Nadia Rahman, and I'm with the Swana Democratic Club. I'm calling in support of HR 2590. As the many commentators ahead of me have already stated, this is a human rights issue, and we need to take action on it. The change is here. This time feels different. Many of us who have lived through these episodes before all know it. The question is whether San Francisco will lead on being on the right side of history on this particular issue at this moment in time. We cannot ignore the state-sanctioned violence, ethnic cleansing, and apartheid at the hands of the Israeli government, and we must hold our own government responsible for its role in empowering these crimes, especially when we're fighting for Indigenous people's rights and Black lives right here at home. We need to demand justice and protect the sanctity of everyone's human rights, not prioritize whose rights matter more than others. Thank you for your time. I urge you to vote yes on this resolution, and congratulations, Honey. Thank you for introducing this resolution.
Thank you. Next speaker, Monen. Then Andrea, Beshara, Zoe, Essa, and Claire Lowe. Can you activate your microphone?
Oh, sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I'm jogging around Lake Merced. I can't believe I'm calling in right now. But okay, thank you for listening to everybody. I know you have some deep, heavy issues here. I just wanted to say that I was opposed to all 3 recalls until a certain absurd lawsuit, and that made me support one of the recalls. But I get that this whole charter thing is like a convenient boogeyman, but I assure you that these parents that are upset, they're not in charter schools. They're not secret charter school workers. They're upset because their kids were not in SFUSD schools. They're the antithesis of charter schools. They want their kids to be in school learning. And so I just ask you to please think about that. I'm a teacher in the district. I wanted to be back earlier too. But yeah, this is the convenient boogeyman kind of political standard things that happen. It's not actually applicable here. They're not working for charter schools. They're not pining for charter schools.
Speaking time is now unfortunately over.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Andrea, then Bishara, then Zoe, then S.A., Claire Lowe, and Roxana. I don't see. Okay, I'm going to bring the next one. Bishara, I'm going to bring you on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Hi, my name is Bashara, and I teach at UC Davis. I'm calling in support of HR 2590 and its clear defense of Palestinian human rights. My question to the party is, how long must Palestinians wait to have to be heard? How long do Arab Americans need to wait to be represented by this body? And since Jesse Jackson's campaign, Arab Americans have been a major constituency of the Democratic Party. And yet we're told every election cycle that we represent you, but Palestinians have to wait. So how many bodies have to be piled up, checkpoints erected, settlements funded, billions donated freely from our tax dollars before the party actually takes a stand and chooses justice over complacency? I think it's sort of a clear ethical decision, and I hope you all take a stand.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Zoe, then S.A., then Claire Lowe, then Roxana, then Sudi. Zoe? Can you activate your microphone?
Hi. Thank you for this opportunity to voice my support for HR 2590 and the Palestinian people, and also Gloria Berry's resolution against recalls. Regarding the recalls, because I think it's pretty clear there were so many eloquent speakers regarding the HR 2590. I support all of them. But I'd just like to mention that about the recalls demonstrates the significance, really, and troubling role that money plays in undermining our democracy. The school board, I believe, is being used as a scapegoat for the failure of our supervisors and mayor to treat the pandemic as the emergency that it was, and providing the funding necessary to open the schools safely. Thus, I'm against all these recalls because of the damage it'll do to our democracy on elected officials.
It is over.
Thank you.
It's unfortunately now over.
Thank you, Zoe. Next speaker, we have S.A., then we have Claire Lowe, then Roxana, then Sudi, then Misha, then Lee.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, hi. I'm here today to urge you all to vote for HR 2590. As someone who grew up going to protest for Palestine and with many friends from Palestine, this is an issue that's very close to my heart and to many of my own friends' hearts and our family members. I am a public health advocate and an Arab Muslim as well. Israel's committing mass atrocities against the Palestinian people, and as someone who has unfortunately seen a similar fate to their own country, it's unacceptable that we continue to fund their actions. When we continue to fund their atrocities without thought, we are showing our Palestinian family and friends that we don't really care. As many others have mentioned tonight, being pro-Palestine is being on the right side of history. We refuse to give up in our efforts, and we refuse to continue being written off. So please vote for HR 2590. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Claire Lowe, then Roxana, then Sudi, then Misha, then Lee.
Hi, everyone. I am calling in to support Gloria Berry's resolution against the recalls. Recalls are extremely undemocratic, and all of these efforts are Republican-led. So as the San Francisco Democratic Party, I would like to see you take a stance against all of these recall efforts, from the governor to the school board to the district attorney's office. I would also like to voice my support for HR 2590. Palestinians deserve to be treated as humans like everybody else and deserve human rights, basic human rights. So I urge you to vote in support of that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have, again, Roxana. I'm not sure if it's the same person, but if it's the same person, you can undo 2 public comments. So just to make sure, Roxana.
Hi, yes. Okay, my name is actually Saba. I'm using a computer.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. First, Honey, let me be maybe the 100th person to congratulate you tonight. I am here because I'm a recent Berkeley graduate, and I want to support the resolution supporting HR 2590. I'm here to urge you to vote in support of Palestine. This is an issue that's really close to my heart, like many others who we've heard from tonight. And I just wanted to add my voice to that, to urge you to please be on the right side of history, take a stand tonight, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, oh, sorry, it's not Roxana, my bad. Then we have Sudi now. Let's do it again. Sudi, you coming in. Misha, Lee, Brandy, Zahid, and Noor, and Kathleen.
Hi, I wasn't sure if I was left out. Hi, thank you so much for providing this space to, I also would like to appeal to you to pass both the resolution on condemning the recall. You know, there's a lot of waste of money that we need in California for the homeless and the infrastructure and many other causes. And, you know, it's just a fringe group of people who were science deniers who started this and, you know, lied to get a lot of those signatures. I witnessed it with my own eyes, and we need to take a stand against that. In regards to HR 2590, I also would like to urge you to think about the fact that we cannot stand for human rights and not stand for the human rights of the Palestinian. You just can't have the two of them together. And if we are all Democrats and advocates for, you know, diversity, inclusion, and equity, we need to make sure.
Time is now over. Speaking time is unfortunately at an end.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sudi.
No problem.
Next speaker, we have Misha, then we have Lee, then we have Brandy, Zaid, Noor, and Kathleen.
Hello, sorry, I think it just cut off. I'm here to show my support as a student at Foothill Community College and the president of the Social Justice Club. We actually voted unanimously today to support the Palestinian children and families who are being affected. And somebody earlier stated and asked why so many Palestinians have to die for them to get the recognition that they deserve. And these are real people, these are real children who are literally being buried alive and killed by airstrikes. And it makes me emotional, and I hope it makes everybody else emotional too. But I am in complete support of HR 2590. And I think that only being 20 years old, but understanding this to the magnitude that it's happening speaks a lot. And I pray that all of you do too. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Lee, then Brandy, then Zaid, and Noor, and Kathleen. Hey, can you activate your mic? Yeah.
Yes,
Go
thank
ahead.
you. Thank you. I'm calling in to oppose the resolution about the recall. As an SFUSD parent, I'm offended and I'm deeply angry about the way that SFUSD kids and families have been treated over the past year. Our Board of Education has shown such poor behavior and gross incompetence. It was so bad that Commissioner Collins' behavior caused all the political clubs, including this one, I believe, to call for her to resign. She did not. The only way to remove her from office is a recall, and that is the democratic remedy in this situation. I hear people say, and I believe the resolution says this is undemocratic. You should know better. It is the exact opposite. This is the democratic process that one goes through to remove someone from office who was put in there via an election. You're calling the very families who have suffered and who are demanding good governance, you're smearing us, calling us fake money, AstroTurf, fringe. We're parents, we're SFUSD voters who want good governance. I can't speak to recalls of other people, but the Board of Ed and SFUSD parents,
Time is now over.
don't do this to us.
Thank you, time's up. Next speaker, Brandy, then Zaid, then Noor, then Kathleen, then Messiah.
Oh, folks, I guess this isn't Brandy. She sent me a thing. It's Brandon. Brandon Rami. Just a couple things. Congratulations, Chair Mahogany. Very excited to see such a groundbreaking moment happen in the city of Harvey Milk. So we're very thrilled. I see a lot of excitement across the state and would love to invite you out to the Bay Area Progressive Caucus meeting. We're currently looking at July 10th and would love to have you come as one of our guests and all of you as a guest. So I'll send you some info on that. Second, want to say, look at the unity in San Francisco that rarely ever happens in San Francisco activists. Everyone is out for Palestinian rights. That rarely happens. So, please listen to your fellow Democrats. We are urging you to support this very important resolution. And also the recalls. I think there's enough recalls going on right now. The school board has an election next year. You can just, if you really want to get rid of some school board members, run people next year through the normal process. This district attorney recall is absolutely ridiculous. Richie Greenberg threatened to sue me for calling him a Trump supporter and threatened to sue the entire city of Oakland. You can go look it up. He even posted it on his Twitter. That guy is absolutely out of his mind. And you should absolutely oppose that recall. So anyways, I hope you all have a great night and thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Zaid, then Noor, then Kathleen, then Maisa.
Hello, my name is Zaid Badwan. As a gay Palestinian and American, I live in San Francisco because of its progressive stance on equality, its ability to see truth in the world, and to see injustice and do everything in its power to stop it. The last several weeks, watching the situation in Gaza has been heartbreaking. The deaths of mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters weigh heavy on my heart because these could have easily been my own mother, my own father, my own sisters and brothers. I ask the board to reflect on their history of social justice that lives in the veins of San Francisco. I ask you to consider which side of history you want to stand on. I passionately ask the board to vote in favor of Agenda Item 10, resolution in support of HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, we have Noor, then Caitlin, Maisa, and Zaragan, I guess is another person, and Meredith.
Hi, my name is Noor and I'm a Syrian American. I've grown up in San Francisco and attended protests for Palestine since I was a child, and now I'm 21 years old attending those same protests. I can't tell you how heartbreaking it is to feel as though the Bay Area, which you thought would represent marginalized people everywhere, has gradually begun to lose focus so much that Palestine won't even be name dropped by the chancellor of the quote unquote progressive university you just graduated from, aka UC Berkeley. It's been difficult watching my Palestinian brothers and sisters here and abroad suffer and have their pain be ignored in favor of keeping peace with genocidal Zionists in power. That being said, I will say that after feeling numb and underrepresented for so long, the recent eruptions of protests in the Bay Area in support of Palestine has reignited the love I used to have for this city. And I hope it'll go further in its support for human rights by supporting HR 2590. Please make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Noor. Next speaker, Caitlin, again, but I'm guessing is also another person. Maisa, Zara, Meredith are the next one. Caitlin?
Hi, everyone. My name is Caitlin Nelson. I am an attorney in San Francisco. Thank you all for taking the time to patiently listen to so many people tonight voice their support for HR 2590. I consider myself a proud Bay Area Democrat because our party cares about human rights in this country and abroad. And I urge this committee to again be a leader in this area and support this historic resolution to protect the people of Palestine who have long waited for groups like this one to stand up on their behalf. Some of the most important people in my life and their family members are directly affected by this issue, but even if that were not the case, I know this would be the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Maisa. I'm sorry if I don't pronounce your name correctly. Then again, Zara and Meredith. Hello.
Hello. Hi. Yes, my name is Maisa Marrar and I'm with the Palestinian Youth Movement. I'm also a clinician here in Oakland and in Berkeley. I'm calling in support of HR 2590. We need to support this resolution because we need to stop any kind of US tax dollars or funding to human rights violators and illegal settlements. We must demand that the US government comply with UN human rights laws and US laws like the Leahy Law prohibiting military assistance to countries participating in human rights violations. And most importantly, we need to stop any kind of taxes going to Israel. We need to support our medical systems here and our healthcare, and we need to support our education and our funding here in the US. So please be on the right side of history and supporting HR 2590. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Zara. I think it's another person. And last speaker, Meredith. Yes, it's another person.
Hello, my name is Mohammed Al Maldin. I'm a proud Palestinian. I would urge for this committee's support for to be in support of HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act, and please vote yes. As a Palestinian, I've watched my family in Gaza suffer through the bombings and what's been going on. Members of my family have lost their home to the bombings and are living with my grandmother in Egypt right now. They were able to escape, and our tax dollars shouldn't be used to basically displace people in this way. And this is just basic moral grounds. Like, it's a basic moral like thing in your heart. Do you support the bombing of homes and defenseless people, or do you not support this? So I urge for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Meredith Dawson. Then you have Alal. Hello.
Hi, I'm calling in about the recall resolution and recommending that you amend it to make clear that these efforts are not the same. I'm an SFUSD parent, and I'm involved with a large SFUSD parent group. Look, I have to say I'm personally not involved with this effort. I haven't signed it. I'm not going to, but I know from working with a lot of parents from the city, from all areas of the city, all communities, that there are a lot of families who feel very strongly about it. And I'm concerned about this, what you're considering with this resolution of lumping all of these together. It is a democratic process. These families who are signing this, they're not privatizers, Republicans, astroturfers, all these kinds of offensive, extremely offensive things that these people who are calling in from political groups are calling parents. We're public school parents. Look, like treat these people better, and these are the parents of the kids in our city. Don't erase them. It's ridiculous.
Been reached. Thank you.
Thank you, Meredith. Next speaker, we have Alan, and then last speaker, Joseph. Hello, go ahead. Hey.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for your leadership and for your support. I'm Hala Hijazi. I'm Palestinian. I'm Jordanian. I'm a San Franciscan. Human rights matter everywhere. When hate rises, it calls on all of us to rise higher. As we stand united against injustices and hate on the streets of San Francisco and Minneapolis, we must also stand united against the injustices happening with impunity on the streets of the Ogar region, Yemen, Kashmir, and Gaza. In less than 2 weeks, over 250 dead, including 66 children and 90,000 homeless. Not only is this unconscionable, but also public health and national security crisis. We must stop the dehumanization, humiliation, detention, and killing of civilians and children. We must stop the slow killing of Palestinians' dignity and hope. My life matters, and so are the babies killed during the month of Ramadan. We have a moral obligation.
Halal, time's up.
Time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Joseph, and last speaker, Bilal. Joseph, let's do this again. Okay, I think you're with us now.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks, Karima, and thank you all for your time today. My name is Joseph Swice. I'm the co-founder and chair of the Swana Democratic Club, which recently changed its name from the Arab American Democratic Club to better encompass our diverse communities in the Southwest Asia and North African region. As a chair, I believe I can speak a tad longer, but I promise I won't be too long. And thank you all for listening to so many powerful voices tonight. And of course, I'd like to acknowledge we're on Ramaytush Ohlone land. I wanted to speak on the tail end of public comment tonight to hear what our residents had to say on item 12, the resolution in support of the Palestinian Children and Families Act. I'm truly in awe and inspired by this amazing turnout. Looking at you all today, albeit virtual, I can't help but reminisce that over a few years ago, Miriam Zazunis and I met Raphael Mendelman, where we complained that there seems to be no room for Arab Americans like myself who are eager to serve my city and get involved. We didn't have a Democratic club or PAC, or frankly, any political infrastructure that really made it feel like my community had a seat at the table. Anyway, and sorry to embarrass you, Supervisor, but Supervisor Mendelman dragged me later to a DCCC meeting, didn't tell me how painstakingly long they would be, and when it was over, walked me to Miss Henny Kelly and said, we need an Arab American Democratic Club, and we need to give a stronger voice to our city's immigrant communities. Now, as scary as it might seem in times like this, how fast the club has grown and is truly becoming a force in San Francisco politics, I can't think of anything more true to San Francisco than the fact that you all have helped my community finally feel heard. To see proactive engagement from Chair Honey, congratulations, by the way, Gloria and Carolina, who met with community, felt our pain, and introduced this resolution in support of human rights. That's all this resolution is about. If we can be patriots at home who criticize the Trump administration for flagrant human rights abuses and rhetoric, then we can also condemn the Israeli government for its flagrant and well-documented violations of international human rights laws, especially when it's our tax dollars that let the US give $3.8 billion in military aid annually. It's not complicated, and it's exactly what this party and what this city should stand for. Honey, you said it yourself. Some of our communities feel we're only called upon during tight elections. Frankly, my community barely feels that. But today, we're here in full force. We're mobilizing in greater numbers every day, and we truly cherish and appreciate this wonderful city that embraces our diversity. We're going to work with every Dem Club and CBO we can to build coalitions and support for all causes. But today, we ask your support for this resolution that asks for solidarity with the oppressed, like we take pride in doing for all people. There's not much I can say more powerful than tonight's public attendance, but we're all watching eagerly tonight, and we look forward to this historic vote. And of course, I can't think of a better occasion than Honey's historic election to chair and the introduction of this resolution. Chair Mahogany, we thank you so much. And to everyone else on the SFDCCC, Swana Dems is eager and ready to work with you all compassionately and inclusively. Thank you all for the time today.
Thank you. Last speaker, Bilal.
Good evening, everyone. Hard to follow the last speech, but I'll try to make it brief. My name is Bilal Mahmoud. I'm a Bay Area native and San Francisco resident. I'm also calling in support of the same initiative to hopefully support the resolution for Palestine. This is an issue that's important to me and my family. Our foundation, through our family, has helped refugees for over 2 decades in areas of conflict from Kosovo to Bosnia to Palestine. And unfortunately, this situation in Palestine is one that has not ended, and I don't think will end without American support and leadership. I think the country often the world looks to America, America looks to San Francisco, and we've consistently been on the right side of history from Vietnam to gay rights. And so I hope as part of the SFDCCC that we can make a stand today and vote in conjunction with this as well. And lastly, in the interest of time, I heard a caller as well, Meredith Hodson, would like to also express my support for the position she made on voting against that respective position as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you so much to our Executive Director Lynch. And thanks again, Jason, for saving the day earlier. We really appreciate all of your hard work, and we couldn't do this without you. So we're so glad that you're here. Thank you to members of the public. And is there no one else who wants to speak? If not, we will, oh, I should see, this is what happens when you ask. There's one more one hand. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a few more. Sorry, Karima, can you go ahead and call those members of the public who still want to speak?
So we have Manal, Sky, Alex, and Diana. Manal?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I wanted to thank and welcome Honey, to the new position. And just to kind of mention something the previous person said, San Francisco is on the right side of history. And I am here in support of the resolution for HR 2590, Palestinian Children and Families Act. My name is Manal Alkara. I'm born and raised in San Francisco. My family is from Gaza. And due to the Israeli border closure, I have not been allowed to see them since 2005. I think everyone has spoken in detail about what's going on there, but I want to say I'm a family physician here in San Francisco, and as a doctor, I take an oath to do no harm. And every time there's Israeli aggression, when the missiles strike in Gaza, I call my family. I can hear the fear in their voices, and I always think I am contributing to this harm because my tax dollars are paying for these missiles that are killing innocent people. This is a human rights issue at the end of the day. This is a public health crisis at the end of the day. This is institutionalized systemic discrimination against Palestinians.
And when the 1 minute has passed.
And thank you for supporting this. Thank you so much.
Next speaker, we have Sky, then Alex, and the last one, Diana. Sky? Can you activate your microphone?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm not nearly as fluent as everyone else is, but I'll try and make this short. I personally believe that any injustice is one that needs to be fought. And just hearing about everything that's gone on and how many deaths there have been and how many people are affected, I feel like it's a no-brainer. You have to help the people that need help, and that's what America stands for. That's what we stood for. And I don't know. I think that you should free Palestine. You should help them. They obviously need help, and as someone that has always tried to help every single group that I could, from the homeless onward, like it's just a no-brainer to me. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, we have Alex, and then last speaker, Diana.
Hello, I'm calling about the resolution that everybody else has been calling about today, the Palestinian Children and Families Act. I think it's clear, the city has spoken. At least the whole time that I've been here, I've not heard one comment that was against this resolution. So all I have to say is now is the time to act, and we cannot and must not stay silent. Democrats across the state, including where I live in Bakersfield, California, have all eyes on you guys. By voting in support of this, you guys are setting the groundwork for the rest of the state, and I hope that you guys can step up to the plate and be as progressive as you guys say you are. There is no other option here, and you're either going to stand on the right side of history by supporting Palestine and their basic human rights to live in peace, or you're going to be on the wrong side of history by supporting genocide. How many more have to die? I'm asking you all to imagine if this was your family and your homeland being attacked. I can't imagine it being one of my siblings or my home being targeted. By not supporting this bill, you are directly complicit with the Palestinian genocide and ethnic cleansing. I once again am urging you all to support basic human rights. Thank you.
Thank you. And last speaker, Diana.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my comment and holding this this space for us to speak. I want to talk about what everyone else you've been hearing has been talking about, which is HR 2590. And I want you to listen to your constituents. I'm here calling from San Francisco to urge you guys to stand on the right side of history, like everybody has been saying, but also to listen to your constituents. And it's really all about making sure that our number one, we're not funding these attacks that are indiscriminately killing innocent lives on the other side of the world in Palestine. These are children and families that we're talking about. I'm sure everyone has been saying that. It just would be so important for you guys to listen to everyone else here that you're representing. And this one time where everyone is speaking about the same issue and standing on the one side. So I just want to end. We don't want to fund the genocide anymore. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you.
Thank
That
you,
is
Dr. Lynch. Are there any more people waiting for public comment?
Yeah. No, I don't see anybody.
Okay, then we will formally close public comment. Thank you everyone, to all the members of the public who came out to speak on the various resolutions that are being considered today. I was just talking to former Chair Campos that public comment is truly my favorite part of the DCCC meetings, because I think it's so important that we hear from all of you. So thank you again, and thank you to my colleagues who have stuck through it. It has been a long evening, and we still have to get through our agenda. So one thing that I will ask as we move on to the next item, which is reports, is if you don't have a time-sensitive report for the chair's reporting, if you can just skip it. I think the ones that I know that we do have a report from are, I believe we do have something to do with club chartering, which I will report on. And then I believe the fundraising committee also has a report, but are there any other reports that folks feel are necessary to give?
I can give a very brief report. This is Keith Baraka.
Okay, all right. So we'll do that then. So why don't we, we're going to skip the chair report. I don't believe or Vice Chair Lacroix is here. So we'll skip outreach and go straight to voter registration. Vice Chair Baraka, the floor is yours.
And again, I apologize. I'm out of town right now, so I'm going off of a few notes that I made. I want to say that we had about 6 people, including myself, do a door-to-door canvassing voter registration project this weekend. And although not perfect, we did knock on 100 doors. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get anyone registered to vote. We think it has something to do with the fact that folks are a little bit trepidatious for folks to be at their door right now. We're just at the end of a pandemic, and we've had some violent episodes, so people might be a little bit hesitant to talk to folks. I want to reconvene our voter registration committee when I return, and we'll talk about maybe ways to improve upon what we've embarked on doing. And I think that is all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Vice
Chair. I'm
Chair.
sorry.
Oh,
can I just add one more thing?
Sure.
I want to thank Nancy Tung for coming out. She's the only other member of the voter registration committee, along with the executive director. Of course, Danny Sauter, Tyra Fennell, my friends, Drew LeBlanc, and Lori Cleveland. So thanks a lot for those who were able to do that dry run with us this past weekend. That is all.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chair Baraka. Moving on to club chartering, we do have one club that is already chartered, but they are officially changing their names. So I know that Joseph Svice is one of the presidents of the Arab American Democratic Club. Would you like a moment to speak to the name change? Is he still in the...
I'm looking for him right now. He's still there. He's raising his hand. I'm going to bring him on.
Hi, everyone. Sorry for the double time today, but thank you for such a long night. Again, in awe of the public comment today. Like I mentioned earlier, we did, to me, what is a simple name change. I hadn't actually heard of the term SWANA before, Southwest Asia, North Africa. And it's simply a geographic definition for how diverse our culture is from region, from North Africa all the way to Iran and more, religions, cultures, you name it. So I'm really excited about this name change. It has resonated with so many people. And I hope it also educates you all and everyone listening today that there are decolonial, new, inclusive terms out there that help make us all feel included. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, would someone like to make a motion to approve the name change of the Arab American Democratic Club to the Southwest Asian and North African SWANA Democratic Club?
I'll move the item.
Second.
Thank you. We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, SWANA. Moving on, I believe we have an update from fundraising, and to do that, we have member, let's see, is he here?
Yeah, member Thomas should be here, yeah.
Okay, member Thomas.
Member Thomas, we cannot hear you. I know you unmute yourself, but we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you, Mahogany. Yes, we had our spring fundraiser last month earlier this month, and it was incredibly successful. I want to highlight some of just briefly the numbers on it. We spent very little on it as it was a digital fundraiser. The total costs were about $1,500. That includes a lot of book sales, which were incorporated into the price of the VIP level tickets. So some individuals will be getting books. The amount raised included over $18,000 from sponsors and over $3,200 from ticket sales. I wanted to thank Karima and our interns for all of the work on the digital design and a lot of the logistics, and the members of the fundraising committee, which include Kathleen McDonough from Dianne Feinstein's team, Keith Baraka, Leila Kwa, Honey Mahogany, Peter Galata, and then also our Democrats who volunteered to be guests, Chair Campos, District Attorney Bodine, Member Raju, and President Walton. But it was really interesting to put together a digital event like that, and appreciate the whole work of the team and see the proceeds. And we're getting ready to plan for the fall fundraiser next.
Thank you, Member Thomas, for that report. And thank you again to all of the members of the DCCC who helped to organize that event. It was a lot of work, but it definitely paid off. And again, thank you to all who bought tickets and who supported this event. It really is going to go a far way to making sure that the Democratic Party is able to do the work that it needs to do over this next year. I want to move on. I believe we actually have a Health Committee update from Member Avalos. Member Avalos, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hey, everyone. So just a quick update from the Health Committee. The Health Committee consists of Lee Lovett and Chanel Williams. We've met once, but it's also important to recognize the work that we've done as an entire DCCC. We had voted in favor of a resolution that was authored by Jane Kim that was urging Gavin Newsom to take leadership on Medicare for All and request federal flexibility of federal dollars for a Medicare for All program in California. We also passed a resolution in favor of legislation to establish Medicare for All in California. That is now there's a bill that's been introduced. It's a 2-year bill now, AB 1400, which is our holy grail of establishing Medicare for All here in the state as a way to jumpstart the rest of the United States, other states to actually do something similar. We have an action with the Healthy California Now coalition. We voted to affiliate, our Democratic County Central Committee had voted to affiliate with Healthy California Now, and Healthy California Now has 2 events coming up in June. On the 14th in the evening, there'll be a town hall meeting across the state of California that will be hosted by Dolores Huerta in support of Medicare for All. And we also have a rally and caravan on the 15th, that's a Tuesday, on the steps of the Capitol to urge Gavin Newsom to take leadership. One way to avoid a recall is to actually take bold action on legislation that will move our state forward. There are many people who aren't actually decided to even want to vote on this recall. And we know that Gavin Newsom can really move his base of support with progressives by taking a bold stand on Medicare for All. So we hope to have representatives from the DCCC there at the Capitol. I will be there as a member, also with my union, National Union of Healthcare Workers, and we'll be getting information out to all of you and putting out information on social media from our committee to make sure we can get a good turnout across the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Avalos. I believe next we have a report on internships from Vice Chair Levitt.
Hi. So we have convened our committee to do the interviews with 12 candidates for both the high school and the college internships. Thanks to my colleagues, Vice Chair Baraka, and also Member Williams, and of course to our Executive Director, Karima Lynch. We have a real strong pool again of candidates this year, and today is actually the deadline for sending in the challenge activity that helps to also, in addition to the interviews, distinguish our candidates and help us to make the difficult choices with selecting these candidates. By early June, we will have them selected and they will start their internships June 14th. So next month, we'll have an announcement ready.
Excellent work, thank you. We definitely know how valuable our interns are to the functioning of the party. Jason being an amazing example of that. With that, I believe we have an update from our CDP Regional Director, Henny Kelly.
Yes, I'm going to do the update for her.
Oh, perfect.
She needed to leave, so she wanted to remind everybody that the deadline to apply to the state party committee is June 4th at 5 p.m. And if they want to be endorsed by any candidate, they just need to contact her directly. And if you need information about how to apply or where the link is or what committee, you can always email me or email Annie.
Yes, Member Campos.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. I like the sound of that. I wanted to add to that all of the delegates, please make sure that you meet that June 4th deadline. And the one thing that I will report, which I think it's really telling in terms of how the officers are approaching shared governance in the party, is that previously the chair was the one who made the committee assignments, and this time, in the spirit of shared governance, the 5 officers will be jointly making the appointments, and the hope is that will ensure greater involvement across the board. And I think it's just a testament of how we're approaching the work of the state party. So just wanted to report that. But especially those delegates from San Francisco, we want to have great representation from San Francisco. So please make sure you apply.
Thank you so much, Member Campos. We're very lucky to have you representing on the state party, so you can also help bring all the tea to this committee. All right, well, are there any other time-sensitive reports that folks want to bring to this body's attention? Otherwise, we will move on to our resolutions. Item number 8 is a resolution supporting California Assembly Bill 279 to protect the health and safety of our seniors during the COVID-19 pandemic at senior care facilities, brought forward by Member Kim. Member Kim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany, and congratulations on your chairship. I will try to be brief. There were members during public comment that also spoke about AB 279, authored by Assemblymember Al Muratsushi and Assemblymember Miguel Santiago. As you all know, seniors living in nursing homes have been amongst the most vulnerable to COVID-19 across the country, and they've accounted for almost half of all the deaths due to COVID in the early months of the pandemic. And yet, nursing homes in California have been dumping and evicting and moving thousands of residents in homeless shelters and other unsafe facilities during the pandemic to take advantage of Medicare reimbursement rates. Here in San Francisco, we have over 30 senior care facilities that are housed thousands of seniors. And AB 279 was proposed as an urgency legislation to protect vulnerable seniors in long-term care settings from non-medically necessary involuntary transfers or evictions during the COVID-19 state of emergency, because we have found over the last year that the California Department of Health has issued over 200 citations for dangerous patient movements during the pandemic period. As also mentioned in public comment, there are several senior care facilities that have issued eviction notices or are seeking to issue eviction notices as they consider or in the process of converting their care facility into market rate housing or just shutting down the facility. AB 279 had the support of Assembly members Phil Ting and David Chu. It is now going to be heard at the Senate Health Committee. And it was also endorsed by the California Democratic Party on consent at the most recent convention. And we're hoping that the DCCC, San Francisco DCCC, will also add its name. And I want to thank all of our co-sponsors for joining on.
Thank you, Member Kim. Are there any other DCCC members who would like to speak on this item?
I'd like to move this item for support.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the vote is unanimous. Thank you, Member Kim, for bringing this important resolution forward. We will now move on to item number 9, SB 739, California Universal Basic Income for Transition Age Youth, a pilot project. I'm sorry, is this the one that was continued, Member Barry? Okay, so we're gonna skip this one. We will move on to item number 10, a resolution condemning the recall efforts of Governor Newsom, District Attorney Boudin, and SFUSD Commissioners Lopez, Collins, and Maliga. Member Barry, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. I just wanted to add that Andrea Luna from the Alameda Central Committee kept losing her connection, and she wanted to be on the record that she supports this resolution. Please note that I went to San Francisco Public Schools for 6 years. My daughter went 12 years, and she is currently a public school educator. And my grandson will be going next year. People that look like us, voices matter. Some of the opposition to the Board of Education has now started collecting signatures from affluent private school parents to drown out the voices of socioeconomically disadvantaged parents who cannot write letters to Board of Education or stay on 7-hour meetings because they are still working 2 to 3 jobs to make ends meet during the pandemic. As supporters of public schools, this is a no-no, and they have plans to change charter to make entire school board mayoral appointees, thus revoking immigrant parents who just gained their right to vote a few years ago. I totally comprehend, instead of graciously accepting defeat and the public's will, losing political parties. politically motivated organizations are increasingly using the tactics to hinder and stall their opposition rather than waiting for the victor's term to expire as the norm. Clearly, there are instances when recall drives are warranted, like when US senators frequent international airport bathrooms, or when an elected official fondles a little boy or snorts cocaine off the toilet seat. Such people clearly aren't fit for public office. However, in most cases, the tactic is simply another political ploy that in the end only hurts the democratic process. I want to thank the San Francisco Bernie Kratz for a lot of the language cited in this resolution.
Thank you, Member Barry. I see we have Member Tung on stack and then Member Ronan.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. Let me start by saying that I unequivocally support Governor Newsom in his efforts to fight back the recall effort against him. He has done a phenomenal job in leading our state through crisis after crisis, wildfires, a global pandemic, and an economic recession. I have every confidence that this effort to recall him will be repudiated at the polls when the time comes. While I appreciate Member Barry's comments, I cannot support this resolution because of its broad and misleading condemnation of recalls in general, and also specifically as to the efforts to recall members of the school board. The simple fact is that recalls are a very integrated part of our democratic institution. The state recall provision appears in our Constitution, Article 2 of the California Constitution, approved by California voters in 1911. It allows the people to recall and remove elected officials and justices of the state Supreme Court from office. Likewise, our city charter in section 14.103 specifically allows for the recall of elected city and county officials without specific limitations, such as the commission of crimes or otherwise. It has been part of our charter for decades, dating back to even prior to Dianne Feinstein being the mayor of San Francisco. Recalls are difficult to get on the ballot for a reason, to make sure they are not used maliciously or capriciously. There are high thresholds for putting a recall on a ballot, and even when a recall has been approved by the Secretary of State or Department of Elections, there is still a free, fair, and open election, one of the hallmarks of our democracy. A resolution condemning a recall effort is tantamount to condemning our democratic process. There are ways to change this process through constitutional amendment or charter amendments that we can undertake if you don't like the recall process, if you think that a person should serve out their term no matter what they do. But these thresholds that must be met, and a vote in an election that gets taken if and only if a recall clause by the ballot is part of our democratic institution. And I will say specifically, while there is no group in San Francisco that is a monolith, there is a substantial group of parents of SFUSD students that are running a very grassroots recall effort of some members of the Board of Education. Unfortunately, this resolution I find is misleading as to who is supporting local recalls, and by lumping them all together does a disservice to the people who are using a well-established process for voicing disagreement with how elected officials conducting themselves publicly or privately are repudiated by the public. And for those reasons, I cannot support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Tung. Member Ronan?
Yes, thank you, Chair Mahogany. I'm also not going to be able to support this resolution today, and I wanted to explain why I very much am very skeptical of recalls. I do not support the recall effort against Gavin Newsom, against our DA Chesa Bodine. I do not support the recall against school board members Fauga Maliga or President Gabriela Lopez. I do think the recall effort towards school board member Allison Collins is categorically different, number one. And I think that because for a number of reasons. Aside from the racist remarks that we had a long discussion about at this board member, at this body, I'm sorry, after that incident, School Board Member Collins sued her colleagues and a extremely economically underfunded district for $87 million. And as someone whose child is a student in that district and is working day in and day out to bring resources to deal with the enormous needs of children and family in the district, I cannot lump that recall effort in with every other one in the way that this resolution does. I looked at the resolution and I thought, is there any way that I could seek to amend it? Because I do think that there is a conservative Republican effort to recall both our governor and our district attorney. I think the recall efforts of the school board members are categorically different. I don't think we can lump it all together, whether I agree or disagree with the individual ones. This has been an extremely difficult year for San Francisco children and families. There is no one way of thinking around it. There is not a monolith of any race, class, economic level, ethnic group that feels the same way about what happened in our school district this year. But I also don't think that there is a similar Republican or politically motivated effort behind the recall of the school board members. And for that reason, I can't support this resolution.
Thank you, Member Ronan, Member Ibanez, and then Member Campos.
Thank you so much, Chair Mahogany, and once again, congratulations. I stand in support of this resolution, and here are the reasons why. Let's look at the history of recalls. No matter who they are or where they're at, this recalls, when you look at the history of the recall elections, they tend to draw an overwhelmingly wider, more conservative population. And the people that put the recalls behind are the people who are very conservative, and many times they're very extremist right-wingers. And when you look in terms of who's supporting the recall of the 3 school board commissioners, you have to question why, yeah, you have to look in terms of why is it that some of these people are, let me start all over. If you find yourself sympathetic to the school board recall, think very carefully about who is beating you will be, who's behind this. Ask yourself, why would a white supremacist publication like Breitbart support the school board recall? And you want to be in company with them. I also understand that there's people who are very upset and angry at the school board commissioners, but the recall people are using our anger to impose their own agenda, and it's not a good one. Like I said, right-wing conservatives and anti-democracy folks know that they can win on issues over their agenda directly. Instead, they are seizing our very real anger, and they hope that we won't look closely at their agenda and who's behind it. So let's look at who's behind the recall of the school board. We know who's behind the recall against the governor. We know who's behind the recall against our district attorney, Chase Abudin. And they're the same people, and they may be in disguise, but they're the same people who are behind the school board commissioners recall as well. So let's talk about the 2 parents who are promoting the recall agenda here in San Francisco. These 2 parents, they moved to San Francisco in December of 2020. And 2 months later, they were collecting signatures for a recall. One of the parents has a previously formed a charter school. They went on Glenn Beck's TV show to promote their agenda. We all know Glenn Beck has made racist comments about Muslims, has compared unions to Hitler, and once used his show to mock women who had a miscarriage. And then we can even go deeper if we want to in terms of some of the most conservative people here in San Francisco who are behind the school board commissioners recall. And honestly, no matter what you think of the school board, the recall will cause tremendous harm. The recall election will cost between $5 million and $7 million that would come directly out of the school budget, not the city, the school budget, and historically underfunded school district for more than 50 years. So this means that there will be less resources for our teachers to provide that quality education that our students greatly deserve and need. So I asked my colleagues to support this resolution.
Thank you, Member Ibanez, Member Campos, and then Member Kim, and then Member Dufty.
Thank you very much, Chair Mahogany. And I just want to begin by saying that I speak in my own personal capacity. I wear different roles, not only through this party, but also in my day job. But I am speaking on my own personal capacity to say that, I'm not necessarily of the belief that recalls are undemocratic. I think that in California and in San Francisco, they are part of the democratic process as it's set up. That said, I do believe that recalls should be done in very limited circumstances. And quite frankly, from my perspective, the kinds of cases that I'm thinking about is where there is malfeasance, some illegal, unethical conduct on the part of the individual, not necessarily where you disagree with the actions of the individual. And I will be supporting this resolution because even though I have issues with a number of folks, and I'll speak first about the school board. I have spoken about the school board and some of the questions that I have, and including the Commissioner Collins. And while I have asked for her resignation and I have questioned her, I think that doing that is different than actually supporting a recall. And I think that those of us who are unhappy with her conduct, I think that we're going to have the opportunity when the next election comes to hold her and others accountable if we choose to do that. As much as I respect the perspective of my district supervisor criticizing that conduct, I think that there are ways in which to deal with that, and I would rather not do a recall. What I will say, though, about the other recalls, beginning with the governor's recall, what's so interesting is that you have people who are, passionately and publicly, fighting the recall against Gavin Newsom because that is the thing to do in San Francisco, and yet are actively engaged in the recall of people like Chesa Boudin. And I say this as someone who has been supportive of Chesa before I had the job that I have today. When he got elected, what I said to Chesa was know that people will be working to get you out of office before you are even sworn in. And that's precisely what has happened. And I think that when the facts about the two recall efforts come out, they will show that a lot of the people who were campaigning against Chesa are now involved in the recall efforts. And these are folks who are trying to get Chesa out of office, not because of something that he has done in the year and a half that he has been in office, but because of the fact that he was elected to begin with. And so I think that as the campaign progresses, those facts will come out, and you will see, based on who is working on these campaigns, which consultants have been hired, the connections to the very people that were running against CHASA, working against CHASA, that's what will come out. So I think that it's important for this Democratic Party to be on record opposing the recalls that are underway right now. That is not to say that we support or agree with some of the people whose recalls we're opposing, but it's just about what the best way to deal with those differences is. And I don't think that a recall is the right way to approach it. So I will be supporting this resolution by Member Berry. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Campos. Member Kim?
I just want to be on the record for opposing the recall of all of the individuals listed in this resolution. But you know, if it wasn't so late, I was originally going to propose amendments. I can't support the resolution as is because of the language. While I disagree with recalls for all of the reasons that has been indicated by members of the DCCC and also listed in the resolution, I don't think that we should simply recall people because we disagree with them. Although I have to say, you know, when the recall efforts for Judge Aaron Persky happened in Santa Clara County, while I didn't take a public position, that might have been an effort I would have supported at the time. And that was simply a policy disagreement with his ruling and sentencing in a rape case. So I just think that we have to be very careful when we talk about this issue. There is nothing, as Member Tong said, that prevents average citizens from recalling citizens because of policy disagreements. That being said, I think that people should give people their full terms generally and wait for the 4 or 2 year cycle to vote those individuals out. And I also want to add that while I oppose the recall of all of these individuals, I may not be supporting them in 2022 or 2023 when they run again, based on the work and leadership that they lead. But I just don't think that it's helpful for us to vilify people that do support this recall. Yes, it is true that a lot of the consultants or leaders or big funders may be Republicans, you know, may be politically motivated, may be pernicious, but that's frankly just not true of everyone that supports the recall of these individuals. I know a lot of members of San Francisco who are working class, who are people of color that support these recall efforts. You may say that they are misinformed or miseducated, but I just don't want to be a part of further vilifying the quote unquote other side because we disagree with them in the same way that they may be vilifying these individuals. So if there was some openness in amending the first whereas clause specifically, I would be able to support the resolution. If not, I will be abstaining. But again, I do want to be on the record for opposing the recall of these elected officials.
Thank you, Member Kim. Member Berry, I believe you had put yourself on stack.
Yes, thank you. In the last month's meeting, I brought up the subject of discussion versus statements. So I would like to take this opportunity to have a real short discussion. And specifically, I'm really offended with the word racist being used. And I think it should always be used appropriately. And I would love for Member Ronan to please define what racist means to her.
Well, I mean, I guess if just as chair, I mean, I want, I just want to be clear, you know, I want us to stay on topic of this resolution. And I think, you know, open-ended questions, I mean, Supervisor or Member Ronan, I don't know if you're happy to answer, but, you know,
I'm happy to engage in that discussion with Member Berry if she wants to engage in it. That's fine. What I was saying, we had the discussion. We had a long discussion when we voted on the resolution seeking to ask School Board Member Collins to resign from her position on the content of her statements on Twitter at that time. And so I was just referring to that conversation. But what I think is categorically different, and what I say is, I don't necessarily approve of the job of other school board members, either during this period. But where I don't think other school board members' conduct rises to the level of a recall, instead of perhaps being maybe not supporting those members in the future. What's categorically different to me about school board member Collins is the incident that happened around the tweets and the way that she handled it after the fact. And even more importantly, the lawsuit against her colleagues and against the district. And I think those two things put together, for me, make her unfit, in my opinion, to continue to hold that seat representing students and SFUSD. And that's why I'm making that distinction. That is my opinion on that, on how that recall effort to me is categorically different from all of the others. But in addition to that, I just don't think that we can call all of the parents in San Francisco Unified District who are supporting this recall, who have had one of the hardest years of their lives, who have watched their children suffer in ways that they've never seen before. I don't think we can call them, in one and paint them with one broad stroke and say that they're all charter school advocates, or they're all Republicans, or they're all anything really, because I don't think there is one monolithic group. The couple that Member Ibanez was talking about that have been sort of the face of this recall, perhaps you could use those labels for that couple, but I don't think you can use that label for all of the parents that have been out there and supporting this recall, because they feel extremely let down by the school board, not only for them, for their children. And of course, that's not everyone, and that's not one monolithic group. But to paint them with this broad brush and the labels in that first paragraph, to me is really problematic, and why I can't support this resolution.
I see Member Dufty, I believe, was next on stack, and then Member Ibanez.
Great, thank you. I don't know if Member Barry wanted to respond to Member Kim's suggestion, but I do think that I agree with Member Kim that I think that some of the language becomes incendiary, and that will become the focus of our action tonight, that we painted too broad a brushstroke of people that are supporting recalls. I fundamentally think that the recall process is being abused in California, and I support the intent of your measure. I simply don't want to give the energy and momentum to those who will say, well, hey, I'm a card-carrying Democrat, I'm a member of ACLU, and I'm supporting the recall. And I just think that the language right now is a bit broad, and I wondered if you would be amenable to letting Member Kim do what I think would be minor wordsmithing that I think will make our action tonight stronger and fortify what we're doing, and not have it be misinterpreted. Thank you. And thank you so much for drafting this resolution.
Thank you, Member Dufty. Member Ibanez, did you still want to speak?
Oh, no.
Okay. Member Barry?
Yes, two things. One, I feel Member Ronan did not answer the question. She did not define what is racist. And two, I absolutely would like Member Kim to give her input as far as amendments. I do want people to know that, or members to know, that I'm very frustrated with the ability to contact a lot of you during the 10-day notice. I reach out, and I reach out, and not knowing, a lot of members do not return my calls or texts or emails. And I would love to get help on resolutions prior to the night of the resolution when everyone has received it 10 days prior to tonight. But please, Member Kim, if you have a way to word the first whereas, I'm 100% open to it.
Thank you. Oops, I'm sorry. Thank you, Member Barry. I just want to also go on record saying that I do oppose all of the recalls that are currently underway, but I agree that some of the language I think should be worked on a little bit, just so that we are not, as Bevan, Member Dufty and Member Kim said, painting folks with such a broad brush, because I think that's where we can get ourselves into trouble. But I think that opposing the recall effort in general, I'm 100% there. And if we can just wordsmith that a little bit, I'd be happy to support and even co-sponsor. Would anyone else like to speak on this item?
Yes, Chair Mahogany, I just want to take a moment and apologize to Member Barry. She did call me this past week. I'm sorry that I was caught up in things, and I really appreciate you saying that, and I will do better. And so I just want to apologize, and I appreciate the intent of what you said, and I will do better. Thank you.
I see we have Member Chen on stack.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for going through this long process with us. I will be proxying for Member Kim, since she is on the East Coast and it is like 2 a.m. right now. She said that she, for the last paragraph, instead of condemns, changing it to oppose the current recall efforts, and then taking out the first paragraph. And for the record, I would like to say that I'm against all the recalls also. However, I don't know how I'm not sure if I would support this resolution based on the current language. Thank you.
Can I make a suggestion that maybe if there are edits that we can send to Gloria or Member Barry while we move on to the other resolutions, maybe we can come back and vote on this one. Would that be acceptable?
I think Member
Kim just sent a message that she's editing right now.
Okay.
So I think your suggestion to go to the next resolution.
Yeah, I will send it. Sorry, I will jump off, but I'll stay on to edit, and I'll send it to Member Barry and Director Lynch on email.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Member Kim. With that, we will table this item and we will go to the next item, and that is a resolution in support of legislation to repeal spousal rape distinction, and that is brought forward by Member Campos. Member Campos, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do want to thank Member Tung for her co-sponsorship of this resolution, and I also want to acknowledge the presence earlier by Michelle Dauber, who is a professor at Stanford, who has been a driving force behind this legislation. And I also want to acknowledge the work that District Attorney Chesa Boudin has done on this matter. But as was noted, much, I think, to the surprise of so many of us, we still have in California a spousal exception when it comes to rape. This is a part of the penal code that essentially treats rape differently when it is done by a spouse. And as a number of speakers have noted, this is something that is so backward. It takes us back to a time when, spouses and women in particular were seen as property of men, and that they could do something, they could do whatever they wanted including something as heinous as rape. And because of this distinction, you have a situation that survivors of spousal rape are treated differently. The offender is not required to register as a sex offender unless force and violence is used. The individual who is convicted is actually eligible for probation. And so you have so many different ways in which the law treats spousal rape differently. And it is just something that is just heinous and should not be tolerated by our society any longer. And so I would respectfully ask for your support, and I'll turn it over to Member Tung or anyone else who would like to say something. And again, thank you, Member Tung, for your sponsorship.
Thank you, Member Campos. It's going to take me a second to get used to saying that. So it was actually really interesting because Member Campos and I wanted to introduce the same resolution. And I will say that it was such a pleasure to have Professor Dauber with us today, because she has been a champion of women's rights. She spearheaded the recall of the judge in Santa Clara County who for reasons that kind of go back to white supremacy and the way that people are treated differently within the criminal justice system. I gave a very, very light sentence to a privileged white young Stanford swimmer when he committed a heinous rape of a woman of color. So I would like to kind of hit some points that Professor Dauber, because of her limited time in public comment, was not able to make. Historically, men could rape their wives with impunity. This dates back to the 17th century English common law, and it did not begin to change until a very modern history. In 1979, we had the first conviction of a husband for the rape of his wife in the United States. California has been one of the very worst states in maintaining this unfair and discriminatory law. The first effort to eliminate this double standard was proposed by Assemblymember Floyd Morey in 1977. And even now, we don't have that type of equality within the penal code. And subsequently, there have been more than 10 separate efforts to equalize the law. The last one being promoted by now former Labor Secretary Hilda Solis when she was an assembly member in 1993. And all of those efforts failed to make the law equal. This spousal rape double standard, sends a terrible message to victims of sexual violence perpetrated by spouses and to society in general, that spousal rape is less serious and less harmful to victims than rape by a non-spouse. This in turn may make victims less likely to report these crimes or seek help. And disturbingly, while there are indications that spousal rape is increasing, along with intimate partner violence during COVID-19, a recent report by the San Jose Police Department stated that although rapes show an overall decline of 9.4% over the last year, domestic and spousal rapes have doubled. And it wasn't until very recently that this bill began to move again within the state legislature. It looks like it was going to get stuck in committee, but because of the organizing efforts of Professor Dauber, it has begun to move again. And I think this is a year that we need to take action as Democrats and make sure that there is a clear message sent to Sacramento that this law needs to change and that we should have this parity within the rape law. So I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Tung. Member Ibanez, is there anything that you'd like to add?
No, I think both Member Campos and Tung stated what I would like to state, but yes, I'm strongly in support of this resolution.
Thank you. Are there any other members who wanted to speak to this item?
Yes.
Member Lee.
Yeah, I would just like to move this item for support and thank members Campos and Tung for introducing it.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I would like to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that Member Barry?
Yes,
Okay, yes, please go ahead.
I just wanted to add that I thank Member Campos and Member Tung. I also wanted to work on this resolution. It's very personal to me. The day before I was supposed to get married, I was beat viciously like a dog. And the next day, the chaplain couldn't marry me because I had black eye. And the next day, I got viciously raped by the same man. And I know I'm sharing all my business out here, but it's just really a real reality that one day difference could have meant that I would have fell under a different law if I would have married that person one day prior to the incident. So thank you for bringing this resolution forward.
Thank you, Member Barry, for sharing that story with us.
Madam Chair, if I could just add, I just also want to add my voice to Chair Mahogany. That thank you so much, Member Barry, for speaking this truth. And I just think of all the way that you've come and the influence that you have as a member of the DCCC. And so I just want you to know your power, and I'm grateful for what you shared with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Dufty. So we have had a motion to move this item, and did we get a second?
Yeah, I seconded, Chair.
Oh, thank you. Seconded by Member Williams. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Any abstentions?
Member Raju, abstention.
All right, noted. Member Raju abstains. The motion or the resolution passes. Thank you. Thank you, members Campos and members Tung, for bringing that forward. Our next item is a resolution in support of HR 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act. This is the resolution that I brought forward with my co-sponsors, Morales and Barry. I did want to say a few words on this item, colleagues. I first actually want to say thank you, that I truly appreciate everyone who turned out for public comment. And thank you again to my co-sponsors, as well as the members of SWANA Democratic Club and certain members of also Wallenberg Democratic Club who took the time to work with me on this resolution. These conversations were extremely hard and took place over the last several days. And I really appreciate the thoughtfulness and care and sensitivity with which we were able to approach this. I know that when we talk about Israel and Palestine, that emotions run high and there is a tremendous amount of hurt there. So again, thank you to everyone who was able to give input to this resolution and who helped bring this forward. I think it's really important that we take a step back and have some perspective on what this resolution actually says. And what this resolution does is it acknowledges what has already been widely reported, which is that the Israeli government continues to pursue the forced expulsion of Palestinian families from their homes, and that since Monday, May 10th, over 240 people, mostly civilians and including 66 children, have been killed by Israeli airstrikes in Gaza, and thousands more have been injured and tens of thousands have been displaced. In addition, I do think it's important to note that this resolution also includes language that recognizes the role of Hamas in the conflict, the rockets fired on both sides, the wounding of civilians, and the fact that hundreds of thousands of Israelis, Arabs, and Jews were forced into bomb shelters over the past 2 weeks as well. However, to be clear, this resolution very specifically focuses on the human rights abuses faced by the Palestinian people, abuses that they have been forced to endure for far too long and perpetuated by an Israeli government whose prime minister has made public claims that their actions are sanctioned and supported by the United States. I believe it is our duty to stand up and say that we do not sanction this, that we do not support the continued brutalization of Palestinian civilians or the further annexation of Palestinian land. We must make clear that enough is enough. We need our federal government to comply with our own US Leahy laws. We need to demand that the Israeli government respect the Fourth Geneva Convention and apply and extend the protections of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and end its siege on Gaza. So colleagues, I know that there's been a lot of public comment in support of this today, and I hope that you will join me in supporting this resolution, which acknowledges the loss of life and human rights violations in the Israel-Palestine conflict, explicitly supports the ceasefire between Hamas and Israel, and urges Congress to pass H.R. 2590, the Palestinian Children and Families Act, which states that the US will not fund the Israeli government's imprisonment and torture of Palestinian children, theft and destruction of Palestinian homes and property, or any further annexation of Palestinian land. At this time, I'd like to open it up to other members. I see Member Ronan has her hand up on the stack.
Thank you so much, Chair Mahogany, for bringing this item forward. I also want to thank all members of the public who came out tonight in support of this really important resolution. I wanted to thank our Secretary Janice for adding me as a co-sponsor. And I just wanted to say, as a Jewish person, as the daughter of an Israeli father, that this, if any government acted against a people without an official state with the level of disproportionate violence, it would be a no-brainer that people would stand up for human rights. But so often, charges of anti-Semitism and having to have evenly an even condemning of both sides happens when it comes to Israel and Palestine. And I think I'm very excited to see the way that so many Democrats have come out for the first time. I've never seen this level of Democratic Party members, both at the federal level and here locally and all over this country, finally stand up and say enough is enough. This isn't right, and this needs to stop. And most importantly, our government needs to stop its unconditional support of the state of Israel when our tax dollars are used to perpetuate such violence against a people. So I want to thank you, Chair Mahogany, for bringing this forward and putting our local party on record on this issue. And I'm very proud to be supporting it today.
Thank you, Member Ronan. I see we have Member Mandelman on stack.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. And I will say I have been all over the place on this resolution. I will be supporting it. But it is complicated for me. And I think I get to my support for the resolution by a different path from a lot of the folks who called in. I am a Jew, and I'm not a Jew who hates Israel. I'm actually a Jew who loves many things about Israel. I love my family who live in Tel Aviv and Haifa and Jerusalem and Ramat HaSharon. I love the Israeli leftists, Arab and Jewish, who organize and protest and build civil society and are trying to work for peaceful coexistence. And so given that, it's a hard thing for me to support a resolution that is critical of Israel. And probably 20 years ago, I would not have supported this resolution. 10 years ago, I might not have supported this resolution. But the reality is that the occupation is now going on, the occupation of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip is now going on, I think, 54 years. It is older than even me. And the Israeli government for the last 12 years at this point, I think, has been one that doesn't believe in the peace process, undermines the peace process, makes a two-state solution harder and harder by the day. The settlements continue. And so while this is complicated for me as someone who does think of myself as a Zionist, you cannot fail to acknowledge after that time and given that history and given the realities on the ground that the harms that are experienced from the continuation of this unresolved conflict are borne incredibly disproportionately by Palestinians living on the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Yes, there are people dying on both sides, but the numbers are overwhelming on the Palestinian side. And the other reality is that, yes, Hamas is a terrible organization that does horrendous things. And Israel is still a democracy that has rule of law. But the people with the power to change the dynamics and move these two peoples towards peaceful coexistence are far more in the Israeli government than on the Palestinian side. So, and I guess the last thing is that the continuation of this occupation undermines the very things that I love about Israel. The left shrinks, the commitment to civil liberties diminishes, and the possibilities for the Israel that I believe in dim. And so I hope things will change, and I hope the American government moving in the direction of this House resolution helps change things, not just for the Palestinians, but for the Israelis. I want to thank Honey for being open to feedback from many communities. This is a hard, situation to step into. Everyone has very different opinions. Everyone has different facts. Everyone quibbles about each point. And you were willing to listen to everyone, which I appreciate. And I want to congratulate Swana on extraordinary advocacy, because, we heard Ron Dudum when he came and people came to the Democratic County Committee in the 80s, there was no support. And so, I think part of it is the discomfort that even people like me feel with an occupation that is now approaching 60 years. But I think it's also the great organizing and advocacy of SWANA. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Member Mandelman. Member Dufty.
Thank you so much. Raphael, I want to thank you. Your words are very powerful and beautiful, and I share the sentiment. So many of our speakers talked very personally, so I'm going to ask for a moment of understanding that I too am a Jew, and my grandmother is buried in Israel. My mother escaped the Nazis and came to America, and it wasn't until I was 60 years old that I realized that a branch of her family had made it to Argentina. And I had an aunt and relatives living in Israel. And I just say that to say that the terrors of the Holocaust and what it did to the Jewish people, and for families to be just so estranged and distanced, and all the people that have been lost, these are very difficult things that are really imprinted on the DNA of most Jews. And I think that it makes us afraid of what can happen. And the truth of the matter is that when I see anti-Semitism, it's really from white racists. That's where I see it overwhelmingly from. There's anger towards Israel, justifiable anger from many who are Palestinian, but there's abject anti-Semitism that is in our country. And it's the same people that fight Black Lives Matter. It's the same people that would tolerate children being kept in cages at our border. We face common enemies. And I sat here tonight and I thought about how unusual it is that so many LGBT Jews have served on the board of supervisors. And I don't say their names to say that they necessarily agree with this resolution, but I do feel that the queer Jews that have served on the Board of Supervisors believed in Tikkun Olam, which is to heal the world, and that at times we have to take difficult and sometimes scary steps for the greater good. And I just want to evoke Harvey Milk, Roberta Achtenberg, Carol Migden, Mark Leno, Leslie Katz, myself, Scott Wiener, and Raphael Mandelman. And I'd like to think in some small way that the votes that Raphael and I will cast in support of this resolution indicate that we have been very moved by the testimony today, and that we believe in a two-state solution. And there are things that didn't belong in this resolution, but I want to articulate the fact that I am an ardent opponent of what President Netanyahu has done. I think that his leadership has been horrific, and I think that he has pursued political gains at the expense of human life and provoked conflict for his own political standing. I want to say that there is hopefulness that I see in the Jews and Arabs and Palestinians and others that have come together and are out in the streets in Israel and speaking up against the injustice and the denial of basic rights and liberties for Palestinian people. And I want to say that Hamas needs to recognize the existence of Israel. And I think that it undermines our objectives not to call out the fact that for Hamas to continue in that vein is also contributing to the problems that we are seeing in the Middle East right now. And I want to thank Chair Mahogany, who I know that this had to have been a very difficult week, but I am in awe of the fact that many San Francisco Jewish leaders spoke to me about reaching out to you and the time and effort that you made to make some modifications that I think have really helped garner support and hopefully make this more universally supported. And I want to acknowledge your colleagues and my colleagues, Carolina Morales and Gloria Berry, for their support of this measure. I want to point out that this legislation, that this resolution supports, HR 2590, is supported by Jewish members of Congress. Congressman Earl Blumenauer of Oregon and our own Bay Area Congressman Jared Huffman have both co-sponsored HR 2590. And J Street, an organization that I very much support, that really is seeking peace and taking a different direction than traditionally we've seen in American political activity supporting Israel, that they are also in support of this. And so I want to thank my colleagues for giving me the opportunity to speak to you about this. And I do hope that this specific piece of legislation, maybe some could say that it might not pass in the Congress. We're certainly seeing a lot of the roadblocks and a lot of the stasis that characterized Congress under President Obama, again for President Biden. But I do think that this is an opportunity to really broaden the dialogue and to talk about what we need to do if we're serious about achieving peace. And again, as a Jew, I think that initially this was difficult and hard because I want to see Israel exist. I want the good that I see in Israel to prevail. But I do think that we have to recognize that for these acts to continue are completely destructive of the prospects for peace. And I think for any of us that stand by silently and watch this and not speak up, we're complicit in that. So I will be supporting this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing all of that with us, Member Duffy, and for your support of the resolution. I have Member Campos on stack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to echo the comments that were made about the Southwest Asian North African San Francisco Democratic Club, SWANA, and just the breadth and the level of public comment coming from this community tonight was really impressive, and I really appreciate the thoughtful comments that were made. I also want to appreciate the comments that came from Supervisor Mandelman and former Supervisor Dufty, because I know that this is a very difficult issue, you know, and my own personal experience in political life is that any time someone tries to deal with this issue, it becomes very challenging, very divisive. And I do appreciate the way in which Chair Mahogany approached it, the fact that she took the time to listen to all sides. I think that went a long way. And the reality is that there are those of us, you know, who support a two-state solution, who believe in the right of Israel to exist, who can still be critical of what's happening in the Netanyahu government. And at the same time, I appreciated that this resolution pointed out the problems with Hamas, and as Member Dufty indicated, an organization that has yet to recognize the right of Israel to exist. And so there are many challenges here, but I think it is important for us to be on record. The one thing that I also want to make clear, because it is something that I worry about, is that unfortunately what has transpired in the Middle East has also opened the door for a lot of anti-Semitism in different parts of this country to take place. And you know, you can be critical of what's happening, what's being done by the Israeli government, but that does not justify the hatred against the Jewish community that we're seeing in different parts of the country. And I think that it's important to point that out, because you know, people who are haters, who love to hate, you know, want to use any excuse to exercise that hate. And so I just want to be very clear that I worry about that. I do worry about the growing anti-Semitism in some parts of the country, and people using what's happening as a justification. But I think that what happened tonight in San Francisco and the way that we have come together is a positive sign that maybe, you know, there's hope for a new approach when it comes to this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Campos. Member Morales.
Hi, thank you for waiting a couple seconds for me to come on mute. And congratulations, Chair Mahogany. I know that I was having my own dance party here some hours ago, but wanted to say that. And thank you to all of the members of the public that provided comment tonight, and also for allowing the three of us to carry this resolution forward, and to Supervisor Ronan for being the first to speak tonight, and Supervisor Mandelman and Dufty for giving your very thoughtful comments, and also sharing the pain that, you know, your families have carried. And for me, as an immigrant from Venezuela, it was important, and it is important to bring this resolution forward and speak on it, because of the particular role that the United States has played in foreign policy, right, in this issue of Israel, and in funding a very, very violent military, you know, for a very small country, incredible amounts of money. And all that the US is doing is exploiting right, a really terrible, you know, situation that already exists, and an occupation, and in a way exploiting all of us, right, as a government. And it's our taxpayer dollars that are doing this. And Venezuela, you know, as you all have heard me before speak to, is suffering from US sanctions. And again, it's the Venezuelan people who end up losing lives, and whose family members, right, have to suffer. So I thank everybody for their support and for the solidarity that we are able to show to each other's communities tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Morales, for your co-sponsorship and for your words. Vice Chair Levitt.
I'll be brief, and I just want to thank everyone who's come out to speak on this difficult issue. I'm a immigrant and also the daughter of a refugee, so I understand the terror and the trauma that happens to so many families. And I grew up kind of on the tail end of the Cold War, and I actually learned an important lesson in junior high, and that was to really separate the government from the people, and not to think that atrocities committed by a government are being committed by those individuals. And I think that's the nuance that Member Duffy and Member Mandelman are really bringing to this issue. So I'm coming at this from a very personal place, because these stories are stories of people's lives and suffering. So I just wanted to lift up all the speakers. I heard from Ferris, Shadi, Ashraf, Brandon, Bassem, Mohammed, Yasmin, Ridi, Sophia, Serena, Abid, Hidayah, Ali, Amina, and Manal. And their stories could be any family stories. And we've seen that throughout history.
Thank you, Vice Chair Levitt. Member Barry?
Yes, thank you, Chair Mahogany. I just wanted everyone to know that Chair Mahogany and Member Morales put in a whole lot of labor for this resolution. Mahogany got some pushback. Chair Mahogany got some pushback, and she made amendments to get everything as tight as she could, and did a lot of work on just communicating back and forth, and I'm thankful. And I just want to end my statement with a quote from Angela Davis: "Lifting our voices for Palestinian freedom will never be anything but an embracement of love and justice for all." Thank you.
Thank you, Member Barry, and thank you for all your work to help make this resolution happen as well. With that, do we have a motion? Oh, I'm sorry, was there someone else who was on stack? No? Do we have a motion to move this item forward?
So move.
Thank you, Member Ibanez. Second?
Second.
Thank you. Was that Member Morales?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those
Aye.
all those opposed, nay.
Abstention from Member Tung.
And thank you. Any other abstentions?
Cohen.
Cohen and Tung. All right, so noted. The motion passes. Thank you, colleagues, for your support. I believe we now can go back to the earlier resolution in regards to the recall. Is that ready for consideration, Member Barry?
Yes, it is, and I'm thankful to Member Kim for her input. I definitely took out the first paragraph. I comprehend what a lot of people said. I really appreciate feedback. Member Avalos also included an amendment to just basically state the state of affairs of why a lot of opposition and a lot of frustration is going on, and I accept that amendment, as well as Member Kim wanted to make sure that the resolve instead of say condemn opposes, and I'm 100% fine with that. So thank you to Member Avalos and Member Kim for your amendments.
And for members, it is in the chat, so you can review the language. I would like to be added as a co-sponsor to this amended version. So thank you, members Avalos, Kim, and Barry for putting this together. Is there a motion to move this forward?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Campos. Is there a second?
Second.
I don't know who said, was it Lovett first? Okay. Second by Lovett. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
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 Aye. All those
Aye.
all those opposed, nay?
Nay.
Member Tongue, nay.
Mandelman and Tung are nays. Any abstentions?
I'm abstaining.
Abstain, Ronan.
Ronan and Lee abstain. Anyone else?
Cohen.
I'm sorry, who's
All right, that's Cohen,
Oh,
abstain.
Cohen. Thank you, sorry. Cohen, Ronan, and Lee abstain. All right, the motion passes, or the resolution passes, thank you. And finally, we have our item, an additional resolution that was brought forward. And for that, I will turn things over to Member Ibanez.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair Mahogany. On behalf of Member Galota, who worked with the Executive Committee on this resolution tonight, we would like to let this moment pass without recognizing the leadership of David and the hard work and humble service you have performed on behalf of the party and San Francisco Democrats. Being chair of the party is one of the most thankless jobs in San Francisco politics, but you showed up, rolled your sleeves, and got so much done in your time as chair. We are unfortunately limited to only 3 whereas clauses in our resolutions. So there was only so much we could have highlighted here, but I think I can speak on behalf of the entire DCCC in saying that your body of work has spoken volumes, and you have helped expand the party's presence, visibility, and grassroots engagement in San Francisco politics. Consider this resolution a small token of our appreciation tonight as we celebrate you and all that you have done. We want to particularly thank you for leading the party through the turbulent and tumultuous years of Donald Trump's presidency, when everything we'd held dear as San Francisco Democrats was under attack. As San Francisco Democrats, we fought back and came out stronger and more committed to a progressive future for our country and our city. We are proud to call you one of our colleagues and wish you much success in your new role as Vice Chair of the California Democratic Party. We are better as Democrats with you at the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ibanez. I would just like to add again, I think we've said it many times already, but it bears repeating. We are so grateful for your many years of leadership, for bringing us to this moment that we are at today, where the San Francisco Democratic Party is so strong and so active and such a huge leader across the country. So thank you for your leadership, and we are so glad that you haven't left us and that you're still here. And we're so glad to have you at the helm, or in leadership at the state party. So thank you again, former Chair Campos. Any colleagues, anyone else want to comment on this item? If not, we will then move on to new business. Is there any new business that anyone would like to speak to? Member Ronan.
Yes, I just had a question. Is this our executive director?
I don't know if it was just me, but Member Ronan, it seems like you may have frozen.
She froze for me too.
Okay.
Oh, hi.
Oh.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Did you hear me? Is this Karima Lynch's last meeting, our executive director?
No.
Yeah.
She's got one more.
When is your
In June, the last meeting that will be part of is in June.
Sorry, my internet's so bad. So it's not the last meeting. Okay, then we'll gush about you later. Okay.
You still got me for one more month, maybe.
Okay, good. Okay. Then I'll hold my comments.
Thank you, Member Ronan. Anyone else have new business? Okay. Well, thank you, Democrats, for
Madam Chair.
Yes.
You were going to call on me for adjournment. I'm so sorry.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So, well, I just wanted to say thank you, Democrats, for sticking with us through the evening. It is almost midnight. It is almost the next day. But before that happens, I want to turn it over to Bevan Dufty to close our meeting in the memory of those who passed due to the recent shooting.
Colleagues, I just ask that we adjourn our meeting in memory of the 9 Valley Transportation Authority employees who were savagely murdered today, and to express our condolences to the family, friends, colleagues, and loved ones who have been lost, and the deep losses that they've sustained today. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Dufty, and again, thank you all to all the Democrats who came out and spoke today, gave public comment, who stayed to listen, and thank you to all the members of this body who stuck with us through the end. We appreciate all your support and all your hard work. So with that, in the memory of those who passed, we will adjourn. Thank you.